What if everything you think you know about logic is completely wrong? Picture this: a clock that runs backwards, yet somehow keeps perfect time. A library filled with blank books that contain every story never written. A restaurant where you pay with memories instead of money. A mirror that shows not your face, but your soul. These aren't fantasies or fairy tales. These are logic puzzles that will shatter your understanding of what's possible and rebuild it into something far more extraordinary. Over the next hour, you're about to encounter 100 mind-bending scenarios that will challenge every assumption you've ever made about reality. Each puzzle presents a situation so impossible, so utterly defying reason, that your brain will demand an explanation. And just when you think you've figured it out, the solution will surprise you in ways you never imagined. You'll meet a taxi driver who takes passengers not where they want to go, but where they need to be. You'll discover a gym where workouts don't strengthen your body, but exercise your past. You'll visit a bookstore where stories write their own endings based on what you need to hear. Some puzzles will make you laugh, others will make you question the nature of time itself. A few might even change how you see your own life. But here's the real challenge. Can you resist the urge to skip ahead? Can you let each impossible scenario unfold naturally, allowing your mind to be genuinely surprised by solutions that make perfect sense while making no sense at all? Because somewhere between the backwards clock and the mirror of truth, you might just discover that the most logical thing of all is learning to embrace the beautifully illogical nature of existence itself. Ready to have your mind completely transformed? Let's begin with puzzle number 1. The backwards clock. In a small town nestled between rolling hills, there stands an ancient clock tower that has puzzled residents for generations. This peculiar timepiece runs backwards, yet somehow everyone in the town arrives at appointments precisely on time. The mayor insists the clock is broken, but the townspeople swear by its accuracy. When visitors come to town, they find themselves hopelessly confused, unable to make sense of how a backwards clock could possibly work. The mystery deepens when you discover that the town's entire schedule operates in reverse. People wake up at what the backwards clock shows as bedtime, eat dinner when it displays breakfast hour, and sleep when it indicates the start of the day. Yet somehow, trains arrive on schedule, meetings begin punctually, and life proceeds with remarkable order. The townspeople have adapted their entire existence to this reversed timepiece. Local children grow up learning that when the clock hands move counterclockwise toward 11, it means bedtime is approaching. Adults schedule their workdays around the backwards progression of hours. Even the local newspaper prints its daily schedule in reverse order, starting with evening events and working backward to morning activities. Visitors who try to follow conventional time quickly become lost and confused. The puzzle that emerges is this: how can a backwards clock be accurate when it contradicts every logical principle of timekeeping? The answer lies not in the mechanics of the clock itself, but in the collective agreement of the community. Time, as it turns out, is not an absolute truth, but a shared understanding. When everyone agrees that backwards is forwards, the impossible becomes not only possible, but perfectly functional. This puzzle reveals the arbitrary nature of many systems we consider fixed and unchangeable. Logic itself depends on agreed-upon premises. Puzzle 2: The Invisible Elephant. A circus comes to town advertising an incredible act featuring an invisible elephant. Skeptics scoff at the obvious impossibility, yet when they attend the show, something extraordinary happens. The ringmaster announces the elephant's entrance, and suddenly the entire audience can sense its presence. Children point excitedly at empty space, adults gasp as they feel an invisible trunk brush against their shoulders, and even the most hardened cynics find themselves believing in what they cannot see. The elephant performs typical circus tricks with remarkable precision. It appears to balance on a ball that rolls mysteriously across the ring. Guided by invisible weight, that defies explanation. Peanuts disappear from the trainer's hand and crunch audibly in mid-air as an unseen mouth devours them. The wooden platform creaks and groans under immense weight, yet nothing visible stands upon its weathered surface. Sawdust swirls in elephant-shaped patterns as invisible feet create distinct footprints. Audience members describe feeling warm breath on their faces and hearing the gentle rumble of contentment that elephants make when happy. The trainer speaks to the creature in soothing tones, and somehow everyone can sense the animal responding with intelligence and grace. When the act concludes, the audience erupts in thunderous applause for a creature they never actually saw, but somehow experienced completely. The puzzle becomes even more perplexing when you learn that the circus has no elephant at all, visible or otherwise. No hidden technology creates these effects, no elaborate mechanical devices fool the senses, no trained actors manipulate props behind the scenes. Yet every night, hundreds of people witness an incredible performance by a creature that does not exist. They feel its presence with absolute certainty, hear its movements with perfect clarity, and believe completely in its reality. This puzzle challenges our understanding of perception and collective experience. Puzzle 3: The Library of Unwritten Books. Deep beneath the city lies a vast library containing thousands of books that have never been written. The shelves stretch endlessly through underground corridors carved from ancient stone, filled with volumes that exist only as blank pages bound in elaborate leather covers. Each book bears a beautifully crafted title describing a story that was never told, a scientific theory that was never developed, or a poem that was never composed. Yet somehow, readers who enter this mysterious library emerge with profound knowledge of these non-existent works. Visitors report reading epic adventures filled with heroes who never lived, groundbreaking scientific treatises explaining discoveries that were never made, and beautiful poetry expressing emotions that were never captured in words. They discuss intricate plot twists, debate complex philosophical arguments, and quote memorable passages word for word with perfect accuracy. When pressed to show these passages to others, they discover only empty pages filled with nothing but potential, yet their memories of the content remain vivid and unshakable. The librarian, an ancient woman who claims to have worked in these depths for countless centuries, explains that these books contain all the stories that could have been written but never were. She moves through the aisles with practiced grace, her fingers trailing along spines that hold infinite possibilities. She says that within the blankness lies every conceivable narrative, and those who truly understand how to read with their imagination rather than their eyes can access any story they need. The absence of words, she claims with a knowing smile, contains more meaning than any written text ever could. This puzzle explores the nature of potential versus reality, suggesting that what doesn't exist might be more powerful and meaningful than what does. It questions whether meaning resides in the words themselves or in the mind that perceives and creates them. Puzzle 4. The Honest Liar. In a courthouse stands a witness who has built a reputation as the most reliable liar in the city. Everyone knows that this person lies constantly and has never spoken a single truth in decades of testimony. Judges, lawyers, and juries have learned to simply reverse everything this witness says to discover the actual facts. When the witness claims it was sunny, everyone knows it was raining. When they say they were at home, everyone knows they were elsewhere. This peculiar system of inverse truth has worked perfectly for years. The witness has become an invaluable part of the legal system precisely because of their absolute dishonesty. Attorneys schedule them strategically, knowing that their lies will reveal truths more clearly than honest testimony ever could. Court reporters have developed a shorthand system for automatically recording the opposite of whatever the witness says. Even the courthouse janitor knows to prepare for the reverse of whatever weather this witness predicts. This bizarre arrangement continues smoothly until the day the witness takes the stand in a particularly important case and makes a single, devastating statement that brings the entire system crashing down. "I am lying." The courtroom falls into stunned silence as everyone grapples with the impossible implications of this declaration. If the witness is telling the truth about lying, then they are actually being honest, which means they cannot be lying about lying. But if they are lying about lying, then they are actually telling the truth, which completely contradicts their statement and their entire reputation. The logical paradox brings the legal proceeding to a complete halt as lawyers scratch their heads, the judge considers declaring a mistrial, and court officers wonder if the fundamental nature of truth itself has somehow broken. The witness sits calmly through the chaos, seemingly unconcerned by the philosophical earthquake they have triggered with 3 simple words. Puzzle 5. The Museum of Lost Sounds. In the heart of the old city stands a museum dedicated entirely to sounds that no longer exist in the world. The curator, a soft-spoken woman with exceptional hearing, has spent her lifetime collecting audio recordings of extinct sounds. Visitors enter silent halls filled with empty display cases, each one labeled with descriptions of sounds that have vanished forever from human experience. Yet somehow those who listen carefully claim they can hear these lost sounds echoing faintly through the museum's corridors. The collection includes the last song of the Kauai-o-o bird, recorded moments before the species went extinct. There's the sound of wooden ship masts creaking in ocean winds before steel replaced wood in maritime construction. Visitors report hearing the clip-clop of horse hooves on cobblestones from an era before automobiles dominated city streets. Each display case contains sophisticated audio equipment, but the speakers remain perpetually silent. Museum guards explain that the sounds exist in a state of auditory memory, preserved not in recordings but in the collective consciousness of those who once heard them. They claim that silence can contain sound just as darkness can contain light, and that absence creates its own form of presence. Regular visitors develop the ability to hear increasingly subtle lost sounds, from the whistle of extinct wind patterns to the laughter of children from centuries past. The most mysterious exhibit features a completely empty room labeled "The Sound of Tomorrow's Silence." Visitors who enter this space report hearing sounds that don't exist yet, auditory glimpses of a future that may never come. Some hear the hum of technologies not yet invented, while others detect the voices of people not yet born. This puzzle challenges our understanding of time, memory, and the relationship between existence and perception, suggesting that what we've lost might still exist in ways we don't understand. Puzzle 6. The compass that points to happiness. An old antique shop displays a peculiar compass that its owner claims points not to magnetic north, but directly toward happiness. Skeptical customers test the device and discover something unsettling. The compass needle behaves erratically, spinning wildly when held by some people while remaining perfectly still when held by others. Those who make the needle spin report feeling deeply content when they follow its direction, while those who cause no movement find themselves questioning what happiness actually means. A businessman purchases the compass convinced it's merely a broken instrument with a loose needle. However, as he carries it throughout his daily routine, he notices the needle consistently pointing toward unexpected directions. During a stressful board meeting, it points toward a window overlooking a small park where children play. While stuck in traffic, it points toward a street musician playing violin on the sidewalk. At his expensive restaurant dinner, it points toward the kitchen where the chef hums while cooking. Initially frustrated by the compass's apparent randomness, the businessman begins following its guidance out of curiosity. Each direction leads him to moments of unexpected joy, a conversation with an elderly stranger, the sight of sunrise through office windows, the sound of genuine laughter from his teenage daughter. Gradually, he realizes the compass isn't pointing to happiness as a destination, but toward opportunities to experience happiness in the present moment. The puzzle deepens when he discovers that the compass works differently for everyone. His daughter's compass points toward art supplies and music, while his wife's points toward quiet moments with books and gardens. The antique shop owner explains that happiness isn't a fixed location, but a personal direction that changes constantly. The compass doesn't create happiness but reveals it, showing each person their unique path toward contentment. This challenges our assumptions about universal solutions and suggests that truth itself might be deeply personal. Puzzle 7. The Shadow That Leads. In a peculiar neighborhood, there lives a man whose shadow behaves independently of his body. While he walks east, his shadow stretches west as shadows should, but when he changes direction, his shadow moves first, leading him toward places he never intended to visit. Initially frustrated by this phenomenon, he tries to ignore his rebellious shadow and continue with his planned activities. However, his attempts to resist only result in awkward stumbling and an uncomfortable sensation of being pulled in multiple directions simultaneously. Eventually, curiosity overcomes frustration, and he begins following his shadow's guidance. The shadow leads him down unfamiliar streets, through hidden alleyways, and into parts of the city he's never explored. Each journey reveals something unexpected: a small bookstore filled with rare volumes, a cafe where strangers become friends over shared stories, a park where he discovers a talent for sketching trees. His shadow seems to possess knowledge about his deepest interests and unacknowledged desires. Other people in the neighborhood report similar experiences with their shadows. A shy librarian's shadow leads her to public speaking opportunities where she discovers confidence. A retired teacher's shadow guides him to places where children need tutoring. A lonely widow's shadow draws her toward community gardens where she forms lasting friendships. The shadows appear to understand their owners better than the owners understand themselves. Local scientists study the phenomenon but find no logical explanation for shadows that move independently of light sources. The shadows cast normally in every measurable way, yet somehow possess autonomous behavior that defies physical laws. Residents learn to trust their shadow's wisdom, discovering that following their shadow selves leads to more fulfilling lives than following their conscious plans. This puzzle suggests that our unconscious minds might possess wisdom that our rational thinking cannot access, and that sometimes the best path forward is the one we would never consciously choose. Puzzle 8. The Store That Sells Time. On a quiet street corner stands a small shop with a simple sign reading "Time for Sale." The proprietor, an ageless woman with knowing eyes, offers customers the opportunity to purchase additional hours, days, or even years to add to their lives. The prices seem reasonable. An extra hour costs $1, a day costs $24, and a year costs just over $8,000. Skeptical customers assume this is an elaborate joke until they make their first purchase and discover the additional time actually appears in their lives. Buyers report experiencing extra hours that don't appear on clocks but feel completely real. A businessman purchases an extra hour each morning and finds himself able to accomplish everything on his schedule without rushing, as if his days have genuinely expanded. A student buys additional hours before exams and discovers she has ample time to study thoroughly without sacrificing sleep. The purchased time feels identical to regular time in every way, except that it exists beyond normal temporal boundaries. The shop also offers time for rent at lower prices, though rental time must be returned eventually. Customers can borrow hours for special occasions, creating perfect moments that extend beyond their natural duration. A wedding photographer rents extra time to capture every precious moment without feeling rushed. Parents rent additional hours to spend with their children during bedtime stories that can last as long as needed. Most puzzling is the shop's exchange program, where customers can sell time they don't want. People sell their commute time, their waiting time, and their anxious time, making their lives feel more efficient and pleasant. However, the proprietor warns that selling too much time can leave people feeling disconnected from the natural rhythm of life. This puzzle challenges our understanding of time as a fixed resource and suggests that our relationship with time might be more flexible than we assume. Perhaps time is not something that happens to us, but something we actively experience and can potentially influence. Puzzle 9, the mirror that shows potential. In an old antique shop hangs a full-length mirror that reflects not what you are, but what you could become. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary mirror showing your exact reflection with perfect clarity. However, those who look longer begin to see subtle changes. The reflection starts showing small improvements, better posture, more confident expressions, healthier appearance, or signs of skills they've always wanted to develop. The changes are so gradual that viewers often don't notice them consciously but feel strangely inspired after looking. A young artist struggling with self-doubt looks into the mirror and sees herself holding a paintbrush with remarkable confidence, surrounded by completed artworks of exceptional beauty. The reflection doesn't show her current awkward attempts at painting, but rather her potential mastery after years of dedicated practice. She leaves the shop feeling mysteriously motivated to continue developing her artistic skills, though she can't quite remember why her confidence has suddenly increased. An elderly man approaching retirement sees himself engaged in vigorous activities he assumed were beyond his age: hiking mountain trails, learning new languages, teaching children to read. His reflection shows not his current limitations, but his potential for continued growth and contribution. He begins pursuing these activities with renewed energy, discovering capabilities he thought he'd lost decades ago. The shop owner explains that most people see only their current limitations when they look in ordinary mirrors, focusing on flaws and shortcomings rather than possibilities. This special mirror shows the truth of human potential, revealing not fantasy versions of ourselves, but realistic possibilities that exist within our reach. The reflection changes based on the viewer's willingness to grow and their genuine desires for self-improvement. However, the mirror also shows difficult truths. Some viewers see potential that requires hard work, sacrifice, or facing fears they've avoided. Others see potential that conflicts with their current lifestyle or beliefs. This puzzle suggests that we might be far more capable than we believe, but accessing our potential requires the courage to see ourselves honestly and the willingness to become who we could be rather than remaining who we are. Puzzle 10. The library. Fine that increases backward. At the Millbrook Public Library, there exists a peculiar policy regarding overdue books that has puzzled patrons and staff for decades. When books are returned late, the fine begins at 25 cents per day, as expected. However, instead of accumulating forward from the due date, this fine somehow calculates backward from the date of return, decreasing each day that passes after the book is returned. A book returned 1 week late initially shows a fine of $1.75, but this amount decreases daily until it reaches zero after exactly 7 more days. The librarian, Mrs. Henderson, inherited this policy from her predecessor and has never questioned its logic, though she admits it makes no mathematical sense. Patrons who pay their fines immediately find themselves owing money to the library, as the fine continues decreasing into negative amounts. Those who wait discover their debt disappearing entirely if they simply leave it alone long enough. The library's computer system somehow tracks these backward calculating fines automatically, though no one can explain how the software was programmed to work this way. Regular library users have learned to game the system by returning books late intentionally, knowing that patience will eliminate any financial penalty. However, they also discover an unexpected side effect. The longer they wait to resolve the fine, the more they find themselves thinking about the borrowed book and its contents. Many report rereading overdue books multiple times during the waiting period, gaining deeper understanding with each reading. Mrs. Henderson theorizes that the backward fine system encourages a more thoughtful relationship with borrowed books. Instead of rushing to return books and pay fines, patrons spend time reflecting on what they've read. The financial penalty transforms into a temporal investment in learning and comprehension. Some of the library's most enthusiastic readers are those who have learned to embrace the backward fine system, using it as a built-in reminder to fully digest their literary experiences. This puzzle challenges conventional thinking about penalties and consequences, suggesting that sometimes the most illogical systems produce the most beneficial outcomes. It questions whether punishment should be immediate or whether delayed consequences might sometimes be more effective in achieving desired behaviors. Puzzle 11. The Doctor Who Prescribes Problems. Dr. Evelyn Marsh runs a medical practice unlike any other in the city. Instead of treating patients' symptoms and ailments, she prescribes additional problems specifically tailored to each individual. Patients arrive seeking relief from their troubles, only to be given carefully selected new difficulties to add to their lives. Initially, this approach seems not only counterintuitive, but potentially harmful, yet Dr. Marsh maintains a waiting list of satisfied patients who swear by her unconventional methods. A businessman suffering from chronic anxiety visits Dr. Marsh expecting medication or therapy. Instead, she prescribes him a demanding pet that requires daily walks, feeding schedules, and constant attention. Initially frustrated by this additional responsibility, he gradually discovers that caring for another living being provides structure to his chaotic thoughts and gives his anxiety a constructive outlet. The pet's needs force him to establish routines that naturally calm his nervous system. A lonely widow seeks help for her depression and isolation. Dr. Marsh prescribes her the problem of learning to use modern technology to video call with grandchildren in distant cities. The initial frustration of mastering smartphones and computers provides a distraction from her sadness while simultaneously connecting her with family members she rarely saw. The challenge of keeping up with her grandchildren's digital lives gives her purpose and joy. Dr. Marsh explains that many emotional and psychological problems stem from having too much mental energy focused inward with insufficient constructive outlets. By providing patients with external problems that require attention and effort, she redirects their psychological resources towards solutions rather than rumination. The new problems serve as therapeutic distractions that interrupt destructive thought patterns while building confidence through problem-solving achievements. Her success rate is remarkably high, though her methods remain controversial within the medical community. Patients report that solving Dr. Marsh's prescribed problems somehow makes their original problems feel more manageable or disappear entirely. This puzzle suggests that sometimes the solution to our problems isn't removing difficulties from our lives, but adding the right kinds of challenges that strengthen our problem-solving abilities and shift our perspective toward growth rather than avoidance. Puzzle 12. The telephone that calls the past. In Sarah's grandmother's attic sits an old rotary telephone that seems to connect to phone numbers that no longer exist. When Sarah dials her grandmother's childhood phone number from the 1940s, someone answers with her grandmother's voice, but younger and speaking about events that happened decades ago. Initially convinced someone is playing an elaborate prank, Sarah tests the phone with other disconnected numbers from family history and consistently reaches people who should no longer be reachable. The conversations feel completely authentic, with historically accurate details about daily life, weather patterns, and social events from decades past. Her great-grandfather discusses rationing during World War II. Her uncle talks about his first job at a factory that was demolished 20 years ago, and distant relatives share stories about family members Sarah barely knew. The voices sound exactly as family members remember them, complete with distinctive speech patterns and favorite expressions. These conversations aren't mere recordings or memories brought to life. The people on the other end of the line respond to new information, answer questions about things Sarah never knew, and express surprise at events that haven't happened yet in their timeline. Her grandmother's younger self is fascinated to learn about future inventions and asks detailed questions about Sarah's modern life. However, when Sarah tries to warn about future tragedies or provide helpful information, the connection often becomes unclear or disconnects entirely. The phone seems to have specific rules governing its temporal connections. Calls can only reach family members, they're limited to 15 minutes, and they can only occur when Sarah is alone in the attic. The phone doesn't work for everyone. Visitors who try to use it hear only dial tones. Sarah's mother can reach her own parents, but not Sarah's generation, suggesting the phone connects each user to their personal family history, rather than to any arbitrary point in time. This puzzle explores the nature of time, family connections, and the persistence of love across generations. It suggests that some bonds transcend temporal boundaries, and that the past might not be as disconnected from the present as we assume. The phone seems to operate on emotional connections rather than technological ones. Puzzle 13. The garden where plants grow downward. Behind the Natural History Museum grows a peculiar garden where all the plants develop in reverse of normal botanical patterns. Trees grow downward into the earth with their roots reaching toward the sky, flowers bloom with petals pointing down into the soil, and grass extends deep underground while displaying its root systems above ground level. Despite this inverted growth pattern, the plants appear healthy and vibrant, defying every principle of botany and plant biology that science has established. The museum's botanist, Dr. Patricia Vance, has studied this garden for over a decade without finding any logical explanation for its impossible existence. She's tested the soil, analyzed the water supply, measured light exposure, and consulted with agricultural experts worldwide. Every test indicates normal growing conditions that should produce conventional plant growth. Yet the vegetation continues thriving in its upside-down configuration, photosynthesizing through roots exposed to sunlight and absorbing moisture through leaves buried deep in earth. Visitors to the garden often report feeling disoriented and slightly dizzy when walking through the inverted landscape. Children seem less affected by the unusual sight, quickly adapting to the topsy-turvy environment and playing games that involve following the underground flower paths. Some adult visitors claim that spending time in the garden helps them see problems from new perspectives, as if the reversed plant growth somehow reverses their thinking patterns as well. The garden's effect on human psychology appears to be its most significant feature. People who spend regular time among the inverted plants report increased creativity, improved problem-solving abilities, and greater flexibility in approaching life challenges. They describe learning to question assumptions they never realized they held and finding solutions by literally looking at problems from the opposite direction. Dr. Vance theorizes that the garden serves as a physical metaphor for mental flexibility, demonstrating that growth and success can occur in ways that contradict our expectations. The plants somehow embody the principle that there are always alternative approaches to any situation, even when those approaches seem to violate fundamental natural laws. This puzzle challenges our assumptions about what's possible and suggests that sometimes the most important growth happens in directions we never thought to explore. Puzzle 14. The restaurant with impossible menu prices. The paradox. Cafe operates with a pricing system that defies economic logic and mathematical principles. The more expensive an item appears on the menu, the less customers actually pay for it, while the cheapest items result in the highest bills. A lobster dinner listed at $50 costs diners only $5, while a simple cup of coffee priced at $2 generates a bill for $20. Regular customers have learned to order the most expensive items to minimize their costs, yet the restaurant somehow remains profitable and successful. The cafe's owner, Marcus Wellington, inherited both the restaurant and its peculiar pricing system from his eccentric uncle. He admits he doesn't understand how the economics work, but has discovered that attempting to change the pricing structure causes the restaurant to lose money rapidly. When he tried implementing normal pricing for 1 week, customers stopped coming and suppliers refused to deliver goods, as if the restaurant's economic reality depends entirely on maintaining its backwards pricing model. The backwards pricing creates an unusual dining culture where customers encourage each other to order lavishly. Tables full of people celebrate by ordering the most expensive champagne and elaborate multi-course meals, knowing that generosity will result in smaller bills. First-time visitors often leave confused and suspicious, convinced they've been overcharged when their simple meals cost more than their companions' extravagant feasts. Marcus has noticed that the backwards pricing seems to affect more than just the final bill. Customers who order expensive items but pay less tend to appreciate their meals more deeply, savoring flavors and enjoying conversations with greater attention. Those who pay more for simple items often discover unexpected satisfaction in basic pleasures, finding profound enjoyment in perfectly prepared coffee or carefully crafted sandwiches. The restaurant's success appears to depend on a principle that contradicts basic economic theory. When people pay less for luxury, they value it more highly, and when they pay more for simplicity, they discover its hidden richness. This puzzle suggests that our relationship with value and cost might be more complex than traditional economics assumes, and that sometimes the most illogical systems produce the most satisfying outcomes for everyone involved. Puzzle 15. The bookstore that reads customers. The omniscient page is a bookstore where the books seem to choose their readers rather than the other way around. When customers enter, they find that certain volumes literally fall from shelves into their hands. Pages flip open to reveal exactly the passages they need to read, and books they've never heard of somehow contain answers to questions they've been pondering privately. The store's elderly proprietor, Mr. Fitzgerald, claims he simply organizes the books but has no control over how they interact with visitors. A college student struggling with a decision about changing majors enters the store and immediately has 3 books fall around her feet: a biography of someone who made a similar career change, a novel about following dreams despite obstacles, and a practical guide to the field she's considering entering. She had told no one about her internal debate, yet somehow the books seemed perfectly attuned to her specific situation and needs. The store's selection appears to be constantly changing, though Mr. Fitzgerald swears he rarely orders new inventory. Books that were absent one day appear prominently displayed the next, often arriving just before customers who need them. Meanwhile, books that don't resonate with recent visitors somehow disappear from the shelves, presumably relocating themselves to other bookstores where they'll find more compatible readers. Regular customers develop deep trust in the store's mysterious selection process. They arrive with open minds rather than specific titles in mind, allowing the books to guide their reading choices. Many report that this approach has introduced them to authors, subjects, and perspectives they would never have discovered through conventional book browsing. Some customers claim the store has changed their lives by presenting exactly the right book at precisely the right moment. Mr. Fitzgerald explains that books contain not just information but wisdom, and wisdom naturally seeks those who need it most. He believes that stories and ideas have their own intelligence, actively working to connect with minds that can benefit from their messages. The bookstore simply provides a space where this natural connection between books and readers can occur without the interference of traditional retail logic. This puzzle suggests that learning and growth might be more collaborative processes than we typically recognize, with knowledge actively seeking students just as students seek knowledge. Puzzle 16. The traffic light that responds to emotions. At the intersection of Maple and Oak Street stands a traffic light that changes colors based on the collective emotional state of waiting drivers rather than following any predetermined timing sequence. When drivers approach the intersection feeling calm and patient, the light remains green longer, allowing smooth traffic flow. However, when drivers arrive feeling rushed, angry, or stressed, the light turns red immediately and stays red until the emotional atmosphere improves. City traffic engineers have studied this light extensively but found no mechanical explanation for its behavior. The timing mechanism appears completely standard, the sensors detect only vehicle presence, and the control box contains no unusual technology. Yet somehow the light consistently responds to emotions rather than traffic patterns, creating a unique intersection where psychological states directly influence traffic management. Initially, this emotional traffic control caused significant frustration among drivers accustomed to predictable light changes. Rush hour traffic backed up for blocks as stressed commuters encountered longer red lights, creating a vicious cycle where traffic delays increased stress levels, which in turn extended the red light duration. However, over time, regular commuters learned to adjust their emotional approach to this particular intersection. Experienced drivers now use the approach to this intersection as an opportunity for brief meditation or relaxation exercises. They've discovered that taking deep breaths, listening to calming music, or practicing patience actually reduces their commute time by encouraging the light to change more quickly. Some drivers report that learning to manage their emotions at this intersection has improved their overall driving experience and general stress levels. The intersection has become an informal community meeting point where drivers acknowledge each other's presence and collectively work toward maintaining calm energy. Hand waves, friendly smiles, and patient gestures help create the positive atmosphere that keeps traffic flowing smoothly. Road rage incidents at this intersection have dropped to zero as aggressive behavior literally prevents forward progress. This puzzle explores the connection between internal emotional states and external circumstances, suggesting that our feelings might influence our environment in ways we don't typically recognize. It implies that cooperation and emotional regulation can be practical skills with tangible benefits, not just abstract ideals. Puzzle 17: The museum exhibit that changes based on observers. The Metropolitan Museum houses a peculiar exhibit in room 247 that displays entirely different artifacts depending on who is observing it. When art historians enter the room, they see rare paintings and sculptures from various periods. When scientists visit, the same space contains fossils, minerals, and scientific instruments. Children see toys and games from different cultures and time periods. Yet the room's physical dimensions never change, and museum security cameras show only empty pedestals and blank walls. Dr. Rebecca Chen, the museum's curator, has monitored this phenomenon for 5 years without finding a logical explanation. She's tested the room with motion sensors, temperature readings, and electromagnetic field measurements, but nothing indicates any technological manipulation or hidden mechanisms. The exhibits appear solid and authentic to observers who can examine them closely and even touch certain pieces, yet they remain invisible to cameras and anyone looking from outside the room. The most puzzling aspect is that the exhibits reflect not just professional interests but personal needs and curiosities that observers might not even consciously recognize. A stressed businessman sees displays about work-life balance and ancient philosophies of contentment. A recent widow encounters exhibits about love, loss, and healing across different cultures. A teenager questioning their identity finds displays about coming-of-age rituals and personal transformation from around the world. Multiple people entering the room simultaneously report seeing overlapping but personalized versions of exhibits that somehow accommodate everyone's interests. A parent and child might both see historical toys, but the adult sees information about childhood development, while the child sees interactive play opportunities. Groups often leave the room having shared a meaningful experience despite seeing different things. Dr. Chen theorizes that the room somehow accesses the collective knowledge and wisdom stored in the museum's extensive collection, presenting each visitor with exactly what they need to see at that moment in their lives. The exhibits aren't physically present but are psychologically real, suggesting that museums might serve purposes beyond education and entertainment. This puzzle challenges our understanding of objective reality and suggests that meaning and knowledge might be more personal and contextual than we typically assume. It implies that the most important learning experiences are those tailored to individual needs and circumstances. Puzzle 18, the elevator that travels through emotions. The Hartfield office building contains an elevator that doesn't transport passengers between floors, but rather between different emotional states. When people enter feeling anxious, they might exit feeling calm and centered. Those who board while angry often emerge with a sense of understanding and forgiveness. The elevator appears to move normally, with floor numbers changing, and the familiar sensation of vertical movement, but passengers realize they're not traveling through physical space when they exit onto the same floor they entered from, yet feel completely different. Building maintenance worker Joe Martinez first discovered the elevator's unusual properties during his late-night shifts. After a particularly stressful argument with his supervisor, he entered the elevator feeling frustrated and defeated. During what seemed like a normal ride to the basement, he experienced a profound sense of clarity about the situation and exited with constructive ideas for resolving the conflict. Initially attributing this to coincidence, he began paying closer attention to the elevator's effects on both himself and other passengers. Regular building occupants have learned to use the elevator therapeutically, though they rarely discuss its properties openly. Office workers dealing with difficult projects enter, feeling overwhelmed, and exit with renewed focus and confidence. People facing personal challenges board in states of confusion and emerge with clearer perspectives on their situations. The elevator seems to provide exactly the emotional shift each passenger needs most, though the journey always feels like standard elevator travel. The elevator's effects aren't arbitrary or random. Passengers report experiencing brief but vivid emotional journeys during their rides, as if they're processing feelings and thoughts at accelerated speeds. Someone entering while grieving might experience a complete cycle of grief stages during a 30-second elevator ride, emerging with acceptance and peace. The elevator appears to facilitate healthy emotional processing rather than simply masking difficult feelings. Joe has noticed that the elevator works best when passengers are genuinely ready for emotional change. Those who enter hoping to avoid dealing with their feelings often find the elevator behaves normally, transporting them between floors without any emotional effects. However, passengers who acknowledge their need for emotional growth consistently experience transformative rides. This puzzle suggests that emotional healing and growth might be more accessible than we typically believe, and that sometimes we just need the right environment and willingness to allow internal transformation to occur naturally. Puzzle 19. The pharmacy that dispenses experiences. Miller's Pharmacy looks like any other neighborhood drugstore from the outside, complete with a neon sign advertising prescriptions and basic health supplies. However, the prescriptions filled here aren't for medications, but for specific life experiences that patients need for their well-being. The pharmacist, Mrs. Dorothy Miller, has been dispensing experiences for over 30 years, though she claims she learned the technique from her grandmother, who practiced similar methods during the Great Depression. Doctors refer patients to Mrs. Miller when conventional medicine isn't addressing their underlying needs. A man suffering from chronic loneliness receives a prescription for meaningful conversation with stranger. Take once daily for 2 weeks. A woman dealing with creative blocks gets experience of childlike wonder. Take as needed when inspiration wanes. Mrs. Miller somehow provides these experiences in small bottles that look identical to regular medicine containers, complete with standard pharmacy labels and dosage instructions. Taking the prescribed experiences feels like living through carefully crafted moments that address specific emotional or psychological needs. The loneliness prescription might lead to encounters with talkative grocery store clerks, friendly neighbors, or fellow dog walkers who seem unusually inclined toward conversation. The Wonder prescription creates opportunities to notice extraordinary details in ordinary situations. The way light filters through leaves, the intricate patterns in sidewalk cracks, or the subtle music in everyday sounds. Mrs. Miller explains that most physical ailments stem from experiential deficiencies rather than chemical imbalances. She believes people become sick when they lack essential life experiences like connection, purpose, beauty, or growth. Her prescriptions work by creating opportunities for patients to have the experiences their bodies and minds are craving. The experiences aren't artificially manufactured, but rather represent careful orchestration of naturally occurring possibilities. Patients report that taking their prescribed experiences feels both magical and completely natural. The experiences integrate seamlessly into daily life, as if the universe has suddenly become more cooperative and opportunities have multiplied. A prescription for experience of personal accomplishment might lead to successful completion of long-postponed projects, recognition for overlooked efforts, or discovery of hidden talents that provide lasting satisfaction. The most remarkable aspect of Mrs. Miller's pharmacy is that the experiences seem to continue working long after the prescription bottle is empty. Patients develop enhanced ability to recognize and create similar experiences independently, as if learning to see opportunities that were always present but previously invisible. This puzzle suggests that healing might sometimes require specific life experiences rather than chemical interventions, and that our well-being depends as much on what we experience as on what we consume. Puzzle 20. The weather station that predicts moods. The Millfield Weather Station has achieved remarkable accuracy in forecasting local weather patterns, but its meteorologist, Dr. James Park, has discovered that their predictions work equally well for human moods and emotions. When the station forecasts sunny skies, the community experiences unusually high levels of happiness and optimism. Predictions of storms coincide with periods of anxiety and conflict among residents. The correlation is so consistent that Dr. Park has begun issuing unofficial, emotional weather reports alongside traditional meteorological forecasts. Initially skeptical of this connection, Dr. Park documented mood patterns by monitoring social media posts, hospital admissions, therapy appointments, and school counselor visits. The data consistently showed strong correlations between predicted weather and collective emotional states, even when the actual weather differed from forecasts. On days when storms were predicted but sunshine occurred, residents still experienced the emotional patterns associated with stormy weather, as if their moods were responding to the forecast rather than the actual conditions. The emotional predictions extend beyond simple sunny equals happy correlations. Forecasts of gentle rain correspond to periods of reflection and creativity. Predictions of high winds coincide with times of change and decision-making. Snow forecasts align with periods of quiet contemplation and community bonding. The emotional weather patterns seem to affect the entire community simultaneously, creating shared psychological seasons that mirror but don't depend on atmospheric conditions. Local businesses have learned to plan around these emotional weather patterns. The bookstore stocks more poetry and journals during predicted rain periods. The gym schedules high-energy classes during forecasted sunny days. Restaurants prepare comfort foods when storms are anticipated. Even the school district adjusts lesson plans, teaching challenging subjects during predicted clear weather and creative subjects during forecast rain periods. Dr. Park theorizes that weather forecasting might tap into the same environmental patterns that influence human psychology. He suggests that the atmospheric conditions that create weather might also affect human brain chemistry and social dynamics in ways that science hasn't fully understood. The weather station's instruments might be detecting subtle environmental changes that influence both meteorological and psychological conditions simultaneously. This puzzle explores the relationship between environment and mood, suggesting that human emotions might be more connected to natural patterns than we typically recognize. It implies that our feelings and social dynamics might be influenced by the same forces that shape weather systems. Puzzle 21, the piano that plays memories. In the corner of Rosewood Nursing Home sits an old, upright piano that produces music, reflecting the memories of whoever touches its keys. When residents place their hands on the keyboard, melodies emerge that correspond to significant moments from their past. The music isn't random, but specifically evokes memories that need attention, healing, or celebration. Even residents with advanced dementia who can no longer speak coherently can somehow access and share their life stories through this remarkable instrument. Margaret Chen, the facility's activities director, first noticed the piano's unusual properties when she observed a resident with severe Alzheimer's playing complex pieces she had never learned. Upon investigation, Margaret discovered that the melodies matched songs from the resident's childhood, her wedding day, and lullabies she had sung to her children decades earlier. The music was note-perfect despite the resident having no conscious memory of these songs or any musical training. The piano seems to access not just personal memories, but emotional truths associated with those memories. When a retired veteran touches the keys, military marches might play, but the tempo and harmony reflect his current feelings about his service rather than simply reproducing the original songs. A former teacher's touch might produce children's songs, but arranged in ways that convey the joy and challenges of her career simultaneously. Family members visiting the nursing home often experience profound emotional connections when their loved ones play the memory piano. Children hear melodies that remind them of their childhood, even when the specific songs are unfamiliar. Spouses recognize emotional themes that characterize their marriages. The piano seems to translate personal history into universal musical language that communicates across generational and cultural boundaries. Margaret has observed that regular interaction with the piano helps residents maintain connections to their identities even as other cognitive abilities decline. The music serves as a bridge between past and present, allowing people to share their essential selves when words fail them. Some residents who haven't spoken in months will hum along with their memory melodies, briefly returning to more engaged states of consciousness. This puzzle suggests that memory might be more accessible than we assume, stored not just in cognitive centers, but throughout our entire being. It implies that music might serve as a universal language for human experience, capable of expressing truths that transcend verbal communication and cognitive limitations. Puzzle 22, the mailbox that delivers what you need. On the corner of Elm and 3rd Street stands a blue postal mailbox that delivers mail to residents based on what they need rather than what was actually sent to them. People receive letters containing exactly the information, encouragement, or connections they require at specific moments in their lives, regardless of who supposedly sent the correspondence. The Postal Service has no explanation for this phenomenon and continues emptying the box on schedule, though they admit the delivered mail often doesn't match their sorting records. Sarah Williams first noticed something unusual when she received a handwritten letter from her deceased grandmother on the anniversary of her death. The letter contained advice about a career decision Sarah was struggling with, written in her grandmother's distinctive handwriting and containing family references only her grandmother would know. Yet the postmark was current, and the postal worker confirmed collecting the letter from the mysterious mailbox just that morning. The letters arrive at precisely the right moments. A single mother receives job opportunity notifications when she's worried about finances. A lonely teenager gets correspondence from a potential pen pal who shares his interests. An elderly man questioning his life's purpose receives recognition letters from people he helped decades earlier but had forgotten about. The letters always contain accurate information and genuine connections, not vague generalizations or false hope. Investigation reveals that no one is actually sending these helpful letters. The Postal Service has tracked mail from the box and confirmed that many letters have no traceable origin. Handwriting analysis shows that the letters are written by the people they claim to be from, even in cases where those people are deceased or have no knowledge of writing them. The letters seem to materialize in the mailbox overnight, perfectly suited to the needs of specific recipients. Regular residents have learned to trust the mailbox's mysterious delivery system. They check their mail with anticipation rather than routine, knowing that important guidance might arrive at any moment. Some people write letters to the mailbox expressing their needs and concerns, though they admit they don't know who might read them or respond. This puzzle explores the idea that the universe might be more responsive to human needs than we typically believe. It suggests that help and guidance might be constantly available, but we need to remain open to receiving assistance in unexpected forms and from unlikely sources. Puzzle 23. The school where students teach themselves. Jefferson Elementary operates on an educational model that defies conventional teaching methods. Students attend classes where teachers provide no instruction, assign no homework, and give no grades. Instead, children teach themselves and each other through natural curiosity and collaborative discovery. The school consistently produces students who test higher than traditionally educated peers and demonstrate exceptional creativity, problem-solving abilities, and social skills. Principal Maria Rodriguez inherited this system when she took the position and initially tried to implement traditional teaching methods. However, she discovered that conventional instruction actually hindered student learning compared to the self-directed approach. When teachers began lecturing and assigning structured lessons, students' enthusiasm waned, test scores dropped, and behavioral problems increased. Returning to the self-teaching model immediately restored the school's exceptional educational outcomes. Classrooms contain rich learning environments with books, art supplies, science materials, musical instruments, and technology, but no predetermined curriculum. Students gravitate towards subjects that interest them and naturally form learning groups around shared curiosities. A group fascinated by dinosaurs might spend weeks researching paleontology, leading to studies in geology, biology, history, and geography. Their learning goes deeper than any textbook could provide because it's driven by genuine interest. Teachers serve as learning facilitators rather than instructors, helping students find resources, connecting children with similar interests, and ensuring everyone feels supported in their educational journey. They answer questions when asked, but avoid providing information before students have had opportunities to discover answers independently. The teachers report that students ask more thoughtful questions and retain information longer when they've struggled to find answers themselves. The school's success challenges fundamental assumptions about education and authority. Students learn not because they're required to, but because humans are naturally curious and social beings who enjoy mastering new skills and sharing knowledge with others. Without grades or external motivation, children develop intrinsic love of learning that continues throughout their lives. This puzzle suggests that traditional educational methods might sometimes interfere with natural learning processes. It implies that children might be more capable of directing their own education than adults typically assume, and that curiosity and collaboration might be more effective motivators than requirements and assessments. Puzzle 24, the gym where effort matters more than results. Fit Life Gym operates on a membership policy that contradicts every principle of fitness industry economics. Members pay based on effort expended rather than time spent or services used. Someone who exercises intensely for 15 minutes pays more than someone who works out casually for 2 hours. The gym's sophisticated monitoring system somehow measures genuine effort and commitment rather than just physical output, adjusting fees accordingly. Surprisingly, this unusual pricing structure has created the most successful and satisfied gym membership in the city. The gym's owner, former Olympic trainer Rebecca Santos, developed this system after observing that traditional gym models punish dedicated athletes while rewarding casual users. She noticed that people who worked hardest often felt discouraged, by paying the same rates as those who barely participated, while uncommitted members felt guilty about paying for facilities they rarely used properly. Her effort-based pricing addresses both concerns by aligning costs with genuine engagement. The monitoring system considers not just physical exertion, but mental focus, consistency, and personal improvement relative to individual capabilities. An elderly person walking slowly on a treadmill, but maintaining perfect form and pushing their personal limits might generate higher effort scores than a young athlete going through motions during an easy workout. The system recognizes that true fitness effort is relative to personal circumstances and abilities. Members report that the effort-based pricing dramatically improves their motivation and workout quality. Knowing that their membership fees reflect their genuine commitment encourages people to exercise with greater intensity and focus. Casual exercisers appreciate paying less when they're not fully engaged, while serious athletes feel their dedication is finally recognized and rewarded appropriately. The gym has developed an unexpectedly supportive community where members encourage each other's efforts rather than comparing results. Since everyone pays differently based on their personal commitment levels, there's no resentment between different types of members. Beginners feel welcomed and supported rather than intimidated, while advanced athletes feel respected for their dedication. This puzzle challenges conventional thinking about fairness and value in service industries. It suggests that effort and commitment might be more important metrics than time or results, and that pricing systems based on engagement rather than consumption might create more motivated and satisfied customers. Puzzle 25, the bus route that goes everywhere and nowhere. The number 42 bus operates on a route that somehow connects every important destination in the city while officially going nowhere according to the transit authority's maps and schedules. Passengers board at any bus stop and tell the driver where they need to go, regardless of whether that destination makes geographical sense. The bus then takes them directly to their requested location, often arriving ahead of schedule despite making impossible connections. Transit supervisor David Kim has investigated this route for months without finding logical explanations for its operation. According to official records, Bus 42 doesn't exist, has no assigned driver, and follows no scheduled route. Yet passengers consistently report excellent service, punctual arrivals, and the most convenient public transportation experience in the city. The bus appears on tracking apps and accepts standard fare payments, but somehow operates outside the normal transit system. The bus seems to understand passenger needs beyond their stated destinations. Someone asking to go to the hospital might be taken to the specific department they need rather than just the main entrance. A request for the library results in arrival at whichever branch has the resources the passenger is seeking. Tourists asking for something interesting are delivered to attractions perfectly matched to their personal interests, even when they haven't specified what those interests are. Regular riders have learned to trust the bus's intuitive routing system. They board with confidence, knowing they'll arrive exactly where they need to be, even when they're not entirely sure what that destination should be. The bus often takes passengers to places they didn't know they needed to visit, introducing them to services, opportunities, or people that prove surprisingly important to their lives. Driver interviews reveal that multiple people claim to drive Bus 42, but they all describe feeling guided by the bus itself rather than making conscious routing decisions. They report knowing instinctively where to go and when to arrive, as if the bus possesses its own understanding of passenger needs and city geography. The vehicle appears to operate on principles of purpose and necessity rather than traditional transportation logistics. This puzzle explores themes of destiny and synchronicity, suggesting that sometimes the journey is more important than the planned destination. It implies that remaining open to unexpected routes might lead to more meaningful arrivals than rigidly following predetermined paths. Puzzle 26. The hotel where checkout time is flexible. The Grand Plaza Hotel operates with a checkout policy that adapts to guests' psychological readiness to leave rather than adhering to fixed departure times. Some guests check out minutes after awakening, naturally refreshed, while others remain for days until they feel emotionally prepared to continue their journeys. Despite this seemingly chaotic approach to room management, the hotel maintains perfect occupancy rates and never experiences scheduling conflicts or disappointed guests seeking accommodations. Hotel manager Patricia Vance discovered this flexible system by accident when a computer glitch disabled the automated checkout reminders. Instead of rushing to fix the system, she observed guest behavior and noticed that people naturally departed when they felt rested and ready rather than when required to leave. Guests who stayed longer appeared more refreshed and satisfied, while those who left quickly seemed genuinely ready for their next destinations. Implementing this discovery as official policy has made the Grand Plaza the most sought-after hotel in the region. The hotel's room availability seems to expand and contract based on actual needs rather than physical limitations. During busy periods when many guests require extra time, additional accommodations somehow become available. During slower periods when guests are ready to leave promptly, the hotel operates at standard capacity. Staff members can't explain how this works logistically, but room booking systems never show conflicts or overbooked situations. Guests report that staying at the Grand Plaza provides therapeutic value beyond typical hotel accommodations. Business travelers discover they need less recovery time when allowed to rest until naturally ready. Vacationers find their trips more satisfying when they can extend or shorten stays based on emotional needs rather than arbitrary checkout times. The hotel seems to understand that travel involves psychological as well as physical journeys. The financial model shouldn't work according to traditional hospitality economics, yet the Grand Plaza remains profitable while maintaining lower rates than competitors. Patricia theorizes that satisfied guests who leave when genuinely ready provide better reviews, generate more referrals, and return more frequently than those rushed through standardized checkout procedures. The hotel's success suggests that prioritizing guest well-being over operational efficiency actually improves both satisfaction and profitability. This puzzle challenges rigid scheduling systems and suggests that flexibility might be more efficient than standardization when dealing with human needs and natural rhythms. Puzzle 27, the bank, where interest rates depend on kindness. First National Bank of Millbrook calculates interest rates based on account holders' acts of kindness rather than credit scores or deposit amounts. Customers who regularly help others, volunteer in their communities, or demonstrate compassion in daily interactions earn higher interest on savings and lower rates on loans. The bank's sophisticated monitoring system somehow tracks these behavioral patterns and adjusts financial terms accordingly, creating the most unusual and successful banking model in the financial industry. Bank President Thomas Wright implemented this system after analyzing correlation data between customer character and loan default rates. He discovered that people who consistently demonstrated kindness and community involvement almost never defaulted on loans, regardless of their income levels or credit histories. Meanwhile, customers with excellent credit scores but poor social behavior showed higher default rates than traditional metrics would predict. His kindness-based banking model has virtually eliminated loan defaults while attracting the most loyal customer base in the region. The monitoring system considers both direct acts of kindness and general behavioral patterns that indicate character. Customers who help elderly neighbors, volunteer at local charities, or simply treat service workers with respect see their kindness scores increase. The system also recognizes small daily kindnesses like returning lost items, helping strangers with directions, or supporting local businesses during difficult times. These behaviors correlate with financial reliability more accurately than traditional credit assessments, Customers initially skeptical of the kindness banking model discover that their increased community engagement improves their lives beyond just financial benefits. People become more aware of opportunities to help others, develop stronger community connections, and report greater overall life satisfaction. The bank's policy encourages behaviors that strengthen both individual well-being and community cohesion. The bank's success has attracted attention from financial industry analysts who can't explain how character-based lending produces better outcomes than traditional risk assessment methods. Thomas believes that kindness indicates underlying qualities like responsibility, planning ability, and strong social networks that naturally lead to financial stability. His data suggests that character might be a more reliable predictor of financial behavior than income or credit history. This puzzle explores the relationship between personal character and practical outcomes, suggesting that moral behavior might have measurable benefits beyond ethical considerations. It implies that kindness and community engagement might be valuable life skills with tangible rewards. Puzzle 28. The theatre where audience becomes the show. The Metamorphosis Theatre presents performances where the audience gradually becomes the entertainment, while the original actors fade into the background. Shows begin conventionally with professional performers on stage and paying customers in seats. However, as the evening progresses, audience members find themselves drawn into the action, taking over roles and creating spontaneous performances, while the original cast quietly exits through side doors. By the final act, the audience has completely transformed into the performers, creating unique shows every night. Theatre director Elena Rodriguez discovered this phenomenon accidentally during a performance when several actors called in sick simultaneously. Rather than cancelling the show, she encouraged audience members to fill the missing roles. The result was so engaging and authentic that she began deliberately designing productions to facilitate this transformation. The Metamorphosis Theatre now sells tickets for an experience rather than a specific performance. Since each show evolves differently based on the audience composition, the transformation process feels natural and unforced to participants. Audience members don't suddenly leap onto the stage, but gradually realize they're responding to the action, making suggestions, and eventually participating directly. Shy individuals find themselves confidently taking on characters, while natural performers discover new aspects of their personalities through unexpected roles. The boundary between observer and participant dissolves so smoothly that many people don't realize they've become the show until applause erupts around them. Regular theatregoers report that participating in these transformative performances provides deeper satisfaction than traditional entertainment. They develop appreciation for theatrical arts, gain confidence in public speaking and creative expression, and form connections with other participants that often continue beyond the theatre experience. Many credit their theatre participation with improving their professional and personal communication skills. Elena believes that traditional theatre artificially separates audience from performance, when humans naturally want to participate in storytelling rather than just observe it. Her theatre model recognizes that everyone has performative abilities and creative insights that can enhance shared artistic experiences. The most memorable shows emerge from collective creativity rather than individual talent. This puzzle challenges the traditional distinction between creators and consumers, suggesting that the most meaningful experiences might emerge from collaboration rather than passive consumption. It implies that everyone has artistic potential that can be revealed in the right environment. Puzzle 29. The grocery store that stocks what you forget. Murphy's Market operates with an inventory system that focuses on items customers forgot they needed rather than products they planned to purchase. Shoppers arrive with careful grocery lists only to discover that the store doesn't carry most of their planned items. Instead, the shelves are stocked with products that remind customers of ingredients they overlooked, household supplies they've been meaning to replace, and foods that solve problems they didn't realize they had. Despite this seemingly backwards approach to retail, Murphy's has the most satisfied customers and highest profit margins of any grocery store in the city. Store manager Linda Murphy inherited this unusual stocking philosophy from her father, who founded the store 50 years ago with the belief that people generally know what they want, but rarely know what they need. She's maintained his practice of ordering inventory based on intuition and customer observation rather than sales data or supplier recommendations. Her buyers walk through neighborhoods, talk with customers about their daily challenges, and stock items that address unspoken needs rather than explicit requests. The store's layout encourages discovery rather than efficient shopping. Customers enter with specific goals but find themselves wandering aisles filled with products they hadn't considered but somehow require. A shopper looking for dinner ingredients might discover a specialty cleaner for a stain they've been ignoring, an organizational tool that solves a persistent kitchen problem, or a unique ingredient that transforms their usual recipes into something extraordinary. Regular customers learn to trust Murphy's unconventional inventory system, arriving with incomplete shopping lists and allowing the store to suggest additional items. They report that shopping at Murphy's has improved their daily lives by introducing them to products and solutions they would never have discovered through traditional grocery shopping. The store serves as a problem-solving resource rather than just a food supplier. Linda believes that successful retail involves understanding customer needs better than customers understand them themselves. Her inventory decisions consider not just what people buy, but what would improve their lives if they knew it existed. This approach requires deeper community knowledge and customer relationships than traditional retail models, but produces more meaningful shopping experiences and stronger customer loyalty. This puzzle explores the difference between wants and needs, suggesting that the most valuable services might provide what we don't know we're missing rather than what we think we want. Puzzle 30. The school where recess lasts all day. Harmony Elementary School operates on an educational philosophy where traditional recess activities provide the foundation for all learning. Students spend their entire day engaged in play-based exploration, games, and creative activities that naturally incorporate academic skills. Math emerges through games involving counting, patterns, and problem-solving. Science develops through exploration of playgrounds, gardens, and natural environments. Language arts grows through storytelling, drama, and collaborative play, yet standardized test scores consistently rank among the highest in the state. Principal Jennifer Walsh implemented this play-based learning model after observing that students learned most effectively during unstructured time. She noticed that children naturally incorporated academic concepts into their games and developed deeper understanding through hands-on exploration than through formal instruction. Rather than limiting play to brief recess periods, she restructured the entire school day around learning through play, games, and creative activities. Teachers serve as play facilitators rather than traditional instructors, joining student activities and introducing learning opportunities within game contexts. A group building sandcastles might explore engineering principles, measurement concepts, and historical research about real castles. Children playing restaurant naturally practice math through money handling, reading through menu creation, and social skills through customer service role-play. Learning emerges from genuine interest rather than external requirements. Parents initially worried about the lack of traditional academic instruction, but standardized test results consistently demonstrate that play-based learning produces superior outcomes. Students develop stronger critical thinking abilities, better problem-solving skills, and more creative approaches to challenges than their traditionally educated peers. They also maintain higher enthusiasm for learning throughout their academic careers. The school's success challenges fundamental assumptions about education and childhood development. Jennifer believes that play is children's natural learning method, and that formal instruction often interferes with more effective, self-directed discovery. Her data suggests that when children enjoy learning, they learn more efficiently and retain information longer than when education feels like work. This puzzle questions the necessity of traditional educational structures and suggests that learning might be more effective when it feels like play rather than obligation. It implies that joy and curiosity might be more powerful educational tools than discipline and structure. Puzzle 31. The restaurant where you pay with stories. The Story Cafe operates on a unique economic model where customers pay for their meals with personal stories rather than money. The quality and length of the story determines the value of the meal, with extraordinary tales earning elaborate multi-course dinners while simple anecdotes cover coffee and pastries. The restaurant owner, Marcus Chen, claims this system provides more meaningful transactions than monetary exchanges while creating an atmosphere of authentic human connection that traditional restaurants cannot achieve. The story evaluation process seems entirely subjective, yet customers consistently agree that the pricing feels fair and appropriate. Marcus listens to each story with complete attention, asking thoughtful questions and expressing genuine interest in the narrative details. He somehow assesses not just the entertainment value, but the emotional honesty and personal significance of each story, adjusting meal portions accordingly. Customers report feeling heard and valued in ways that monetary transactions never provide. The restaurant attracts an unusual clientele of storytellers, writers, travelers, and anyone who values narrative over financial wealth. Elderly customers share tales from decades of life experience, earning sumptuous meals while providing younger diners with wisdom and perspective. Children tell imaginative stories about adventures and dreams, receiving perfectly sized, kid-friendly meals that honor their creativity. Shy individuals discover confidence through storytelling, while natural performers find appreciative audiences. Regular patrons develop their storytelling abilities through practice, learning to craft narratives that are both truthful and engaging. The restaurant serves as an informal school for oral tradition, where people improve their communication skills while sharing authentic experiences. Many customers credit their time at the Story Cafe with improving their relationships and professional presentations through enhanced storytelling abilities. Marcus believes that stories contain more value than money because they represent genuine human experience and connection. He argues that sharing personal narratives creates community bonds that monetary transactions cannot foster. His restaurant model demonstrates that alternative economic systems based on human qualities rather than financial resources can create more satisfying exchanges for everyone involved. This puzzle explores the value of personal experience and authentic communication, suggesting that human stories might be more precious currency than traditional money. Puzzle 32, the barbershop where haircuts change personalities. Antonio's barbershop provides haircuts that somehow alter customers' personalities along with their appearance. Clients who enter feeling shy and introverted leave with confident, outgoing demeanors that match their bold new hairstyles. Those seeking dramatic changes receive cuts that support entirely new approaches to life, while customers wanting subtle trims experience gentle personality adjustments that enhance their existing qualities. The transformations appear genuine and lasting, not temporary mood boosts from improved appearance. Master barber Antonio Ricci learned this technique from his grandfather, who immigrated from Italy with traditional barbering knowledge that goes far beyond conventional hair cutting. Antonio explains that hair carries personal energy and that skilled barbers can reshape not just appearance, but the psychological patterns associated with different hairstyles. He studies each customer's face, posture, and energy before determining which cut will support their desired life changes. The personality transformations seem to emerge naturally from the haircuts rather than being artificially imposed. A businessman receiving a more relaxed hairstyle gradually adopts a calmer approach to work stress. A shy student getting a confident modern cut spontaneously begins participating more actively in class discussions. The changes feel authentic because they represent aspects of personality that were always present but previously unexpressed or suppressed. Customers often arrive at Antonio's during periods of life transition, seeking external changes to support internal growth. Recent graduates preparing for careers, individuals ending relationships, or people starting new chapters in their lives find that the right haircut provides psychological support for their transformations. Regular clients schedule appointments when they feel stuck in limiting patterns or need encouragement to express different aspects of their personalities. Antonio believes that appearance and personality are more connected than most people realize. He argues that how we present ourselves to the world influences how we think about ourselves and how others respond to us, creating feedback loops that either reinforce or challenge existing behavioral patterns. His barbering technique works by aligning external appearance with desired internal changes, making personality transformation feel natural and sustainable. This puzzle explores the relationship between appearance and identity, suggesting that external changes might facilitate internal growth more effectively than we typically recognize. Puzzle 33. The post office that delivers emotions. The Millfield Post Office has developed a specialized service for sending emotions and feelings rather than traditional mail and packages. Customers can ship love, comfort, encouragement, gratitude, or any other emotional state to recipients anywhere in the world. The emotions arrive as powerful psychological experiences that provide exactly the emotional support the recipient needs, often during times when they most need encouragement but least expect it. Postmaster Elizabeth Hayes discovered this service accidentally when she noticed that letters written with strong emotions seemed to convey those feelings to recipients regardless of the actual written content. She began experimenting with techniques for packaging pure emotional energy, eventually developing methods for sending feelings without requiring physical letters or packages. The emotional delivery service now comprises over half of the post office's business and has attracted customers from around the globe. The process involves senders focusing intensely on the emotion they want to share while visualizing the recipient receiving that feeling. Elizabeth guides customers through meditation-like exercises that help them access and concentrate their emotional energy. The packaged emotions are then delivered through mysterious methods that bypass traditional postal systems, arriving directly as psychological experiences rather than physical objects. Recipients report receiving emotional deliveries at precisely the moments when they most need specific types of support. A student struggling with exam anxiety might suddenly feel waves of confidence and encouragement. Someone dealing with loss might experience unexpected comfort and love. The emotions feel genuine and personal, as if coming from someone who truly understands and cares about their situation. Elizabeth explains that emotions are forms of energy that can be shared and transmitted just like any other kind of information. She believes that human emotional connections transcend physical distance and that love, support, and encouragement can be sent directly from one heart to another. Her post office simply provides a structured method for accessing and directing emotional energy that naturally exists between caring people. This puzzle explores the nature of emotional connection and suggests that feelings might be shareable resources rather than private internal experiences. It implies that love and support might be transmittable across distance and time through focused intention and care. Puzzle 34. The library where books write themselves. The Riverside Library contains a special section where blank books gradually fill themselves with content based on what readers need to learn or experience. These self-writing volumes begin as empty pages but slowly develop text, illustrations, and even interactive elements that provide exactly the information or stories their readers require. The books seem to understand not just what people want to read, but what they need to read for their personal growth and development. Head librarian Dr. Sarah Mitchell discovered these remarkable books when she noticed that certain volumes in the reference section contained different information each time she consulted them. Further investigation revealed that these books were somehow updating themselves to provide current, relevant content tailored to specific research needs. She established the self-writing book section to study this phenomenon and make it available to library patrons. The self-writing process appears to respond to readers' conscious and unconscious needs. A student researching a term paper might find that a blank book has developed into a comprehensive guide covering exactly the topics required for their assignment. Someone dealing with personal challenges discovers that an empty volume has become a wisdom guide addressing their specific situation with practical advice and encouraging stories. The books don't simply provide generic information, but seem to understand each reader's learning style, background knowledge, and emotional state. Complex concepts are explained in ways that make sense to individual readers, using examples and metaphors that resonate with their personal experiences. The content feels personally crafted rather than randomly generated, as if each book has been written specifically for its current reader. Dr. Mitchell theorizes that these books access some form of collective knowledge or universal wisdom that exists beyond individual human understanding. She believes that information and stories want to be shared and will find ways to reach people who need them most. The self-writing books represent a direct connection between human curiosity and the vast repository of knowledge that exists in various forms throughout the universe. This puzzle suggests that learning might be a more collaborative process than we typically recognize, with information actively seeking students just as students seek information. It implies that the universe might be more responsive to human learning needs than conventional education assumes. Puzzle 35. The taxi that drives through time. Yellow cab. Number 247 operates on routes that somehow travel through different time periods as well as geographical locations. Passengers entering this particular taxi might find themselves visiting the same address but in different decades, observing how neighborhoods and buildings have changed over time. The driver, an elderly man who identifies himself only as Jim, claims he's been driving the same route for over 60 years and has simply learned to navigate temporal as well as spatial dimensions. The time travel experiences feel completely authentic to passengers who observe historical details with perfect accuracy and consistency. A ride to downtown might include stops in the 1950s, 1980s, and present day, allowing passengers to see the evolution of architecture, fashion, and social patterns. The taxi somehow moves through these time periods as naturally as driving through different neighborhoods, with passengers remaining safely inside the vehicle while observing past and future versions of familiar locations. Jim explains that time isn't as linear as most people assume, and that experienced drivers can learn to navigate temporal currents, just like traffic patterns. He says certain streets and intersections serve as natural portals between different time periods, and skilled drivers can access these passages when passengers need to understand how past events connect to present circumstances. His routes often help people gain perspective on current problems by showing historical context. Passengers frequently request specific time periods they want to visit, though Jim determines whether such trips are appropriate based on what he believes each person needs to learn. Someone dealing with relationship difficulties might visit different eras to observe how couples have handled similar challenges throughout history. People facing career decisions might see how their chosen profession has evolved over decades of social change. The temporal taxi service provides more than entertainment or curiosity satisfaction. Passengers report gaining profound insights into personal problems by observing how previous generations handled similar challenges. The historical perspective helps people understand that current difficulties are part of ongoing human experiences and that solutions often emerge from understanding patterns that repeat across time periods. This puzzle explores the relationship between past and present, suggesting that historical understanding might provide practical guidance for contemporary challenges. It implies that time might be more accessible than we assume when we need perspective on current situations. Puzzle 36. The gym that exercises your mind. Peak performance. Fitness operates on the principle that mental and emotional fitness require structured training, just like physical fitness. Members use specialized equipment designed to strengthen psychological qualities like patience, creativity, empathy, and resilience rather than traditional muscle groups. The gym offers workout routines for confidence building, stress reduction, and emotional regulation that produce measurable improvements in mental well-being and life satisfaction. Gym owner Dr. Rebecca Walsh developed these mental fitness techniques after observing that physical exercise improved mood and cognitive function, but didn't address specific psychological challenges that affected her clients' overall well-being. She created equipment and routines that target mental qualities with the same systematic approach that traditional gyms use for physical conditioning. Her members achieve better life outcomes through consistent mental training than they ever did through conventional therapy or self-help approaches. The mental fitness equipment includes devices for practicing patience under controlled stress conditions, creativity challenges that strengthen innovative thinking abilities, and empathy simulators that help members understand different perspectives. Members track their progress in categories like emotional stability, problem-solving speed, and relationship communication skills. The quantified approach to mental development appeals to people who respond well to measurable goals and structured improvement programs. Workout routines are customized based on individual psychological needs and goals. Someone dealing with workplace stress might focus on patience and conflict resolution exercises. A person seeking better relationships might concentrate on empathy and communication training. The structured approach to mental development produces faster and more lasting improvements than informal personal development efforts. Members report that mental fitness training has improved their lives more significantly than physical exercise alone. They develop better relationships, make more effective decisions, and handle stress more skillfully. The gym attracts people who want to approach personal development with the same dedication and systematic methods they apply to physical health. This puzzle suggests that mental and emotional qualities might be trainable skills rather than fixed personality traits. It implies that psychological well-being could be developed through consistent practice and structured exercises, just like physical fitness. Puzzle 37. The clock that runs on laughter. The town square of Millfield features an antique clock tower that has run continuously for over 100 years without any visible power source. Local historians discovered that the clock's mechanism is somehow powered by the laughter of townspeople, speeding up during festivals and celebrations while slowing down during periods of community sadness or stress. The more genuine joy and laughter occurring in the town, the more accurately and smoothly the clock operates. The connection between laughter and timekeeping was discovered accidentally when the town's annual comedy festival coincided with the clock running faster than usual. Conversely, during a particularly difficult economic period when few people were laughing, the clock began losing time significantly. Town engineer Maria Santos investigated the mechanism and found no conventional power source, yet the correlation between community mood and clock performance remained consistent. The clock seems to distinguish between genuine laughter and forced or artificial amusement. During events where people laugh out of politeness rather than genuine joy, the clock's performance remains unchanged. However, spontaneous laughter from children playing, friends sharing jokes, or families enjoying time together consistently improves the clock's accuracy and stability. The mechanism appears to respond to authentic happiness rather than mere sound. Citizens have learned to use the clock as a barometer of community well-being. When the clock runs slow, they organize more social events, comedy shows, and celebrations to restore the town's collective mood. This has created a positive feedback loop where efforts to keep the clock running properly also improve overall quality of life and community connections. The town has become known for its unusually happy and engaged population. Local scientists study the clock but find no explanation for how laughter could power mechanical systems. The clock contains standard clockwork mechanisms that should require traditional energy sources, yet decades of observation confirm that the device operates solely on the community's collective joy and humor. Some theorists suggest that positive emotions might generate forms of energy that science hasn't yet learned to measure. This puzzle explores the power of collective emotion and suggests that positive feelings might have measurable effects on physical systems. It implies that community happiness might be both valuable in itself and capable of influencing the material world in ways we don't fully understand. Puzzle 38. The museum where exhibits change, based on visitors' ages. The Riverside Museum of History contains exhibits that automatically adjust their content and complexity based on the age of whoever is viewing them. When children approach displays, the information simplifies into engaging stories with colorful illustrations and hands-on activities. Adult visitors see detailed historical analysis with primary source documents and scholarly interpretations. Elderly guests encounter displays that connect historical events to their personal memories and life experiences. Curator Dr. Amanda Foster noticed this phenomenon when she observed that different visitors seemed to see entirely different information at the same displays. Initially assuming people were misremembering what they'd seen, she began systematically documenting the variations and discovered that the exhibits were somehow responding to visitors' developmental stages and learning needs. The museum now advertises this adaptive feature as providing personalized educational experiences for every guest. The age-responsive displays consider not just chronological age, but also emotional and intellectual maturity. A mature teenager might see more complex information than an adult who approaches topics with less sophisticated thinking. The exhibits seem to assess visitors' capacity for understanding different types of information and adjust accordingly. This creates optimal learning experiences that challenge without overwhelming and engage without boring. Families visiting together report that the adaptive exhibits help them share learning experiences across generational differences. Children and grandparents can view the same display simultaneously and both understand the information at appropriate levels for their development. This bridges educational gaps that typically make museums challenging for mixed-age groups and creates opportunities for meaningful intergenerational conversations. Dr. Foster believes that effective education should always match content to learner capacity, but traditional museums must choose single presentation levels that inevitably fails some visitors. Her adaptive exhibits demonstrate that learning environments can be responsive to individual needs without requiring separate facilities for different age groups. The technology somehow accesses pedagogical principles that optimize education for each visitor's developmental stage. This puzzle suggests that learning environments might be more responsive to individual needs than we typically expect. It implies that effective education requires matching content complexity to learner capacity rather than presenting uniform information to diverse audiences. Puzzle 39. The telephone booth that connects to the universe. On the corner of Main and Elm Streets stands the last remaining telephone booth in Millfield, a relic that most residents assume is decorative. However, those who enter the booth and dial certain sequences find themselves connected not to earthly phone numbers, but to cosmic intelligences, alien civilizations, and conscious entities from other dimensions. The conversations provide profound insights into universal questions about existence, purpose, and humanity's place in the cosmic order. Local physics professor Dr. Michael Chen first discovered the booth's unusual capabilities when he entered it during a nostalgic moment and randomly dialed his childhood phone number. Instead of reaching the house where he grew up, he found himself speaking with an entity that identified itself as a consciousness from the Andromeda galaxy. The conversation lasted exactly 3 minutes before the connection terminated, but the insights gained during that brief exchange revolutionized his understanding of quantum mechanics and universal consciousness. The cosmic telephone operates according to mysterious rules that users gradually discover through experimentation. Certain number sequences connect to different types of consciousness. Mathematical sequences reach logical, analytical beings, while musical patterns connect to more artistic and emotional entities. The conversations are always limited to 3 minutes, possibly to prevent psychological overwhelm from extended contact with vastly superior intelligences. Regular users develop protocols for making the most of their brief cosmic connections. They prepare specific questions about science, philosophy, or personal growth before entering the booth. The entities they reach seem genuinely interested in helping humans understand deeper truths about existence, though their advice often requires careful interpretation to apply to earthly circumstances. Many users credit these conversations with providing life-changing insights and perspectives. Dr. Chen theorizes that consciousness might be a universal property that transcends physical form and planetary boundaries. He suggests that the telephone booth somehow accesses communication networks that exist beyond conventional electromagnetic signals, connecting human minds to the broader community of conscious beings throughout the universe. His research indicates that intelligence and awareness might be far more common cosmic phenomena than Earth-based science assumes. This puzzle explores the possibility of cosmic consciousness and suggests that human awareness might be connected to universal intelligence networks. It implies that wisdom and perspective might be available from sources beyond earthly experience when we learn how to access broader cosmic communications. Puzzle 40, the bakery where bread rises with hope. Sunshine Bakery produces bread that somehow incorporates the emotional energy of hope into its rising process. The more hopeful and optimistic the bakers feel while working, the higher and fluffier their bread becomes. During periods of community celebration or positive news, the bakery's loaves reach extraordinary heights and develop exceptionally light, satisfying textures. Conversely, during difficult times when hope feels scarce, even skilled bakers struggle to make bread that rises properly. Master baker Elena Rodriguez inherited this unusual baking property from her grandmother, who claimed that bread making is as much about emotional energy as technical skill. Elena has observed that her own mood and the general atmosphere in the bakery directly influence the success of her baking, regardless of recipe accuracy or environmental conditions. She now hires employees based on their positive attitudes and natural optimism rather than just baking experience. The hope-powered bread seems to provide more than just physical nourishment to customers. People report that eating bread from Sunshine Bakery improves their mood and outlook, especially during challenging periods. The bread somehow conveys the optimistic energy that went into its creation, helping customers feel more hopeful about their own situations. During community crises, Elena often provides free bread to help restore collective morale and resilience. Scientific analysis of the bread reveals no unusual ingredients or chemical properties that explain its mood-enhancing effects. Standard wheat, flour, yeast, and other ingredients produce extraordinary results only when combined with hopeful emotional energy during the baking process. The bread appears to be infused with intangible qualities that conventional food science cannot measure, but that consistently affect people who consume it. Elena believes that food preparation is a form of emotional alchemy that transforms not just raw ingredients, but also the feelings and intentions of those who create meals. She argues that hope and love are essential ingredients in all meaningful cooking, and that the most nourishing foods are those prepared with positive, emotional energy. Her bakery demonstrates that the psychological state of food preparers significantly influences the psychological effects of food on consumers. This puzzle explores the relationship between emotion and physical creation, suggesting that human feelings might influence material outcomes more directly than we typically recognize. It implies that hope and positive energy might be transferable through the things we create and share with others. Puzzle 41, the movie theater where films change. Based on audience. The Dreamscape cinema presents films that somehow adapt their plots, characters, and themes based on the collective needs and interests of each audience. The same movie title shown on different nights features entirely different stories that address the specific emotional and psychological needs of whoever happens to be watching. Regular moviegoers report that films at the Dreamscape always provide exactly the entertainment or insight they need, even when they don't consciously realize what that might be. Theatre owner Marcus Williams discovered this phenomenon when he noticed that audience reactions to supposedly identical film showings varied dramatically beyond normal preferences. Investigation revealed that the films themselves were somehow changing to match audience composition and collective psychological needs. A movie advertised as a romantic comedy might become a thoughtful drama for an audience dealing with relationship challenges, or transform into an adventure story for viewers seeking excitement and escape. The adaptive films maintain consistent quality and coherence despite their changing content. Professional film critics who attend multiple showings of the same title report seeing entirely different but equally well-crafted movies each time. The changing stories feel authentically created rather than randomly generated, with strong character development, meaningful themes, and satisfying narrative arcs that vary based on what each specific audience needs to experience. Audiences seem to unconsciously influence the film adaptation process through their collective emotional energy and unspoken desires. A group of stressed office workers might see a comedy that addresses workplace frustrations, while families dealing with teenager conflicts might experience a drama that provides perspective on generational differences. The films serve as therapeutic experiences tailored to group needs rather than generic entertainment. Marcus believes that storytelling has always been a collaborative process between creators and audiences, but most modern entertainment artificially separates these roles. His theatre restores the natural connection between storytellers and listeners, allowing films to respond dynamically to audience needs rather than presenting fixed narratives that may or may not resonate with viewers. The result is more meaningful and personally relevant entertainment. This puzzle suggests that art and entertainment might be more interactive and responsive than we typically assume. It implies that the most powerful stories might emerge from collaboration between creators and audiences rather than one-way presentation of predetermined content. Puzzle 42, the parking meter that accepts good deeds. Downtown Millfield features a revolutionary parking meter system where drivers can pay for their parking time by performing good deeds rather than inserting coins. The meters somehow track and evaluate acts of kindness, community service, and helpfulness, converting these behaviors into parking credits that can be used immediately or saved for future use. The system has dramatically improved both parking compliance and community social cooperation. City Parking Administrator Jennifer Walsh implemented this system after observing that traditional parking enforcement created adversarial relationships between citizens and city government. She theorized that linking parking privileges to positive community behavior would encourage civic engagement while reducing the financial burden of parking fees on residents. The good deed payment system has exceeded all expectations for both parking compliance and community improvement. The meters accept various forms of good deeds through sophisticated monitoring systems that track community service activities, helping elderly neighbors with groceries, volunteering at local charities, participating in neighborhood cleanup efforts, or assisting stranded motorists all generate parking credits. The system evaluates both the time invested and the positive impact of each action, adjusting credit values accordingly. More significant services earn longer parking privileges. Citizens report that the Good Deed parking system has improved their daily lives beyond just saving money on parking fees. People become more aware of opportunities to help others and develop stronger community connections through increased civic participation. Neighborhoods have become more supportive and cooperative as residents seek ways to earn parking credits while genuinely helping their communities. The system operates on principles of positive reinforcement rather than punishment, rewarding desired behaviors instead of penalizing unwanted actions. Traditional parking enforcement creates resentment and conflict, while the Good Deeds system generates appreciation and community pride. Citizens feel proud of earning their parking privileges through community contribution rather than resentful about paying fees to city government. This puzzle explores alternative economic systems that reward positive social behavior rather than punishing negative actions. It suggests that civic engagement might be more effectively encouraged through incentives linked to daily necessities rather than abstract appeals to community responsibility. Puzzle 43. The swimming pool that reflects your inner self. The community center pool at Riverside Park has developed an unusual property where the water's surface reflects not the physical appearance of swimmers, but their inner emotional and psychological states. People looking into the water see visual representations of their current feelings, hidden fears, secret dreams, and authentic personality traits displayed as shifting patterns of color, light, and symbolic imagery that somehow perfectly capture their inner reality. Pool manager Lisa Chen first noticed this phenomenon when she observed swimmers having intense emotional reactions to their reflections that seemed completely disproportionate to their actual physical appearance. Further investigation revealed that the pool's surface was somehow displaying psychological rather than physical reflections, creating a mirror for inner experience rather than external form. She now maintains the pool as a community resource for self-reflection and emotional awareness. The inner reflections appear as beautiful, complex visual displays that feel deeply personal and meaningful to each swimmer. Someone experiencing inner peace might see gentle, flowing patterns in calming colors, while a person dealing with anger might observe dramatic, swirling reds and oranges. The imagery evolves continuously as emotions shift and change, providing real-time feedback about psychological states that people might not consciously recognize. Swimming in the pool while observing these inner reflections provides therapeutic benefits that many people compare to years of counseling or meditation practice. The visual feedback helps swimmers understand their emotional patterns, recognize hidden feelings, and develop greater self-awareness. Many regular users credit their pool experiences with improving their relationships and decision-making through enhanced emotional intelligence. Lisa believes that self-awareness is the foundation of personal growth and healthy relationships, but most people lack opportunities to see themselves clearly without external judgment or interference. The pool provides honest, non-judgmental feedback about inner states that helps people understand themselves more completely. The aquatic environment somehow facilitates deeper self-reflection than land-based introspection. This puzzle explores the relationship between self-awareness and personal growth, suggesting that clearer understanding of our inner states might be more accessible than we typically assume when we have the right tools and environment for honest self-reflection. Puzzle 44. The hardware store that sells solutions. Thompson's Hardware operates on the principle that customers need solutions to problems rather than specific tools or materials. When people enter the store describing their challenges, they receive exactly what they need to solve their problems, even when those solutions don't involve traditional hardware items. The store somehow stocks perfect answers to customer needs, regardless of whether those answers consist of tools, advice, connections to helpful people, or entirely unexpected approaches. Store owner Frank Thompson developed this solution-focused approach after observing that customers often knew what problems they needed to solve but had no idea what tools or materials would best address their challenges. Rather than simply selling whatever items customers requested, he began analyzing their underlying needs and providing comprehensive solutions that often surprised customers with their creativity and effectiveness. The store's inventory seems to expand and contract based on actual customer needs rather than traditional hardware categories. Someone needing to fix a relationship might receive not just materials for a romantic dinner, but also books about communication, contact information for counseling services, or suggestions for meaningful activities. A person dealing with home organization challenges might get storage solutions along with time management strategies and referrals to professional organizers. Frank somehow knows exactly what each customer needs before they fully explain their situations. His recommendations consistently prove more effective than what customers originally planned to purchase. People arrive seeking specific tools but leave with complete solution packages that address both immediate problems and underlying issues they hadn't consciously recognized. The store serves as a community problem-solving resource where people bring all kinds of challenges, not just those typically addressed by hardware stores. Frank's expertise extends far beyond tools and building materials to encompass relationships, career decisions, health challenges, and personal growth issues. His ability to provide practical solutions to any problem has made the store an essential community resource. This puzzle suggests that effective problem-solving requires understanding root causes rather than just addressing surface symptoms. It implies that the most helpful advice often comes from people who listen carefully to underlying needs rather than simply responding to stated requests. Puzzle 45. The coffee shop, where orders predict the future. The Daily Grind coffee shop has developed an unusual reputation for having customers' coffee orders somehow predict significant events in their near future. People who order complicated, multi-ingredient drinks often face complex, challenging weeks ahead. Those who choose simple black coffee typically experience straightforward, uncomplicated periods. Customers initially dismiss these correlations as coincidence until the patterns prove remarkably consistent and accurate over time. Coffee shop owner Maria Santos first noticed these predictive patterns when she observed that customers' ordering behaviors seemed to shift before major life changes occurred. People going through divorces would suddenly start ordering bitter drinks, while those about to receive good news would choose sweet, celebratory beverages. She began tracking these correlations and discovered that coffee preferences somehow anticipated future events with uncanny accuracy. The predictive coffee orders extend beyond simple sweet and bitter correlations to encompass detailed aspects of upcoming experiences. Customers who order hot drinks in summer often face emotionally intense periods requiring inner warmth and comfort. Those who choose cold beverages during winter typically encounter refreshing new opportunities that energize their lives. Decaffeinated choices often precede periods requiring careful, measured responses rather than high-energy reactions. Regular customers learn to interpret their own ordering patterns as guidance for preparing for upcoming challenges and opportunities. Someone surprised by their sudden desire for extra caffeine might prepare for an unusually demanding week. A person unexpectedly craving comfort drinks might take extra care of their emotional well-being in anticipation of stressful events. Maria believes that people's subconscious minds detect subtle environmental and social cues that predict future events, and these intuitive insights influence seemingly random choices like coffee orders. She argues that humans are naturally intuitive beings who often know more about their future circumstances than their conscious minds recognize. Coffee ordering simply provides a measurable way to track these unconscious predictions. This puzzle explores the relationship between intuition and future events, suggesting that humans might have more predictive capabilities than we typically recognize. It implies that our unconscious minds might process information about future possibilities and express that knowledge through seemingly random daily choices. Puzzle 46. The shoe store. Where comfort depends on life direction. Walker's Shoes operates with the unusual principle that footwear comfort depends not on proper sizing or cushioning, but on whether customers are moving in the right direction in their lives. Shoes that fit perfectly and feel wonderful when purchased can become uncomfortable and even painful when wearers make life decisions that contradict their authentic paths. Conversely, shoes that initially feel slightly awkward often become increasingly comfortable as people align their choices with their true purposes and values. Store owner Patricia Walker discovered this connection between shoe comfort and life direction after receiving numerous complaints about perfectly fitted shoes becoming uncomfortable within weeks of purchase. Investigation revealed that customers experiencing discomfort were also going through periods of life confusion, making choices that felt wrong, or pursuing paths that didn't match their authentic interests and values. Meanwhile, customers whose shoes became more comfortable over time were consistently making positive life changes. The shoe comfort phenomenon appears to serve as a form of physical feedback about psychological and spiritual alignment. Shoes become uncomfortable when wearers take jobs they dislike, remain in relationships that don't serve them, or make choices based on others' expectations rather than their own authentic desires. The physical discomfort somehow reflects in a discord between actions and values, providing tangible reminders to reassess life direction. Customers report that paying attention to their shoe comfort has helped them make better life decisions and stay aligned with their authentic paths. Some use their footwear as a daily check-in system, noticing when comfort levels change and examining whether recent choices support or contradict their core values. The shoes serve as early warning systems for life direction problems that might otherwise go unnoticed. Patricia believes that physical comfort and psychological alignment are more connected than most people realize. She argues that our bodies constantly provide feedback about whether our choices support our well-being, but we've learned to ignore these signals in favor of purely rational decision-making. Her shoe store demonstrates that paying attention to physical feedback can improve life satisfaction and decision-making accuracy. This puzzle explores the relationship between physical comfort and psychological alignment, suggesting that our bodies might provide valuable guidance about life choices through subtle feedback that we often overlook or dismiss. Puzzle 47. The dentist office where pain indicates emotional issues. Dr. Rachel Patel's dental practice operates on the principle that tooth pain often reflects emotional and psychological issues rather than purely physical dental problems. Patients who arrive with toothaches frequently discover that addressing underlying emotional stress, relationship conflicts, or life dissatisfaction resolves their dental discomfort more effectively than traditional dental treatments. Dr. Patel has developed techniques for identifying and treating the emotional causes of dental pain while providing necessary physical care. Dr. Patel noticed this connection between emotions and dental health when she observed that patients with similar dental conditions experienced vastly different pain levels. Some people with serious dental problems reported no discomfort, while others with minor issues experienced severe pain. Further investigation revealed strong correlations between emotional stress and dental pain intensity that traditional dentistry doesn't address. The emotional causes of dental pain vary based on tooth location and pain type. Issues with front teeth often relate to self-image and social confidence concerns. Molar problems frequently connect to stress about major life decisions or feeling overwhelmed by responsibilities. Sharp pains often indicate anger or frustration, while dull aches typically reflect sadness or disappointment. Dr. Patel has developed assessment techniques for identifying these emotional patterns. Treatment approaches combine traditional dental care with emotional counseling and stress reduction techniques. Patients learn to identify emotional triggers for their dental pain and develop healthier ways of processing difficult feelings. Many discover that addressing underlying emotional issues not only reduces current dental discomfort, but prevents future dental problems that might otherwise require extensive treatment. Dr. Patel's success rate with previously difficult dental cases has attracted attention from medical professionals interested in mind-body connections. Her patients report that understanding the emotional aspects of their dental health has improved their overall well-being and helped them develop better relationships with their bodies. Many credit her approach with transforming their understanding of health and illness. This puzzle suggests that physical symptoms might sometimes reflect emotional issues that require attention alongside medical treatment. It implies that effective healthcare might need to address psychological as well as physical aspects of illness and pain. Puzzle 48. The car wash, where vehicles reflect owners' mental states. Sparkle Clean. Car wash has developed a reputation for producing vehicle cleaning results that somehow reflect the mental and emotional states of car owners rather than simply removing dirt and grime. Cars belonging to calm, organized people emerge spotlessly clean with perfect shine, while vehicles owned by stressed or chaotic individuals remain dirty despite thorough washing. The cleaning quality appears to depend on psychological factors rather than the physical washing process. Car wash owner Mike Rodriguez first noticed this phenomenon when he observed that identical washing procedures produced dramatically different results for different customers. Some cars emerged perfectly clean from minimal washing, while others remained dirty despite extensive cleaning efforts. Investigation revealed strong correlations between customer mental states and cleaning effectiveness that defied conventional understanding of car washing. The psychological car washing extends beyond simple clean versus dirty outcomes to reflect specific aspects of owners' mental conditions. Cars belonging to people dealing with depression often develop a dull, lackluster appearance despite thorough cleaning. Vehicles owned by anxious individuals frequently show streaks and spots that resist removal. Cars of confident, happy people develop exceptional shine and clarity that lasts much longer than normal. Regular customers have learned that improving their mental health directly improves their car washing results. People who practice stress reduction, meditation, or therapy find that their vehicles stay cleaner longer and require less maintenance. Some customers use their car's appearance as a barometer of their psychological well-being, noticing when increased stress or emotional difficulties begin affecting their vehicle's cleanliness. Mike believes that people's energy and mental states influence everything in their environment, including inanimate objects like cars. He argues that vehicles absorb and reflect their owners' psychological conditions, just as they accumulate physical dirt from road conditions. His car wash demonstrates that the boundary between psychological and physical reality might be less clear than we typically assume. This puzzle explores the relationship between mental states and physical environments, suggesting that our psychological conditions might influence material objects in ways that conventional thinking doesn't recognize. Puzzle 49. The Flower Shop, where arrangements predict relationships. Petals and promises. Flower Shop creates arrangements that somehow predict the future of relationships they're purchased to celebrate or repair. Bouquets chosen for healthy relationships develop longer-lasting blooms with vibrant colors and strong fragrances. Flowers selected for troubled relationships wilt quickly, develop brown spots, or lose their petals prematurely. The floral predictions prove remarkably accurate, often revealing relationship problems before the people involved consciously recognize them. Shop owner Emily Chen discovered this predictive property when she noticed that anniversary flowers consistently reflected the actual state of couples' relationships rather than their public presentations. Flowers purchased by happily married couples would bloom beautifully for weeks, while arrangements bought by couples in secret distress would deteriorate rapidly despite identical care. The flowers seem to respond to authentic relationship energy rather than superficial romantic gestures. The relationship predictions extend beyond simple success or failure to encompass specific relationship dynamics and future developments. Flowers chosen for relationships with communication problems often develop patterns where some blooms thrive while others struggle, reflecting the uneven nature of the couple's connection. Arrangements for relationships about to face major challenges often show early signs of stress, even when purchased during happy moments. Emily provides relationship counseling along with floral arrangements, helping customers understand what their flower choices reveal about their romantic situations. Many couples credit her insights with helping them address relationship issues before they become serious problems. Some customers specifically purchase flowers as relationship diagnostic tools, using the floral feedback to assess their romantic situations. The shop serves as an early warning system for relationship difficulties, allowing people to seek help or make changes before relationships deteriorate beyond repair. Emily believes that flowers are sensitive to the emotional energy surrounding relationships and can detect authentic love, commitment, and compatibility that people might not consciously recognize or acknowledge. This puzzle suggests that authentic emotions might be detectable in ways that conscious awareness doesn't always recognize. It implies that the truth about relationships might be visible to those who know how to observe subtle signs and patterns. Puzzle 50. The bookstore. Where reading speed depends on life readiness. Chapter and verse. Bookstore operates with the unusual characteristic that reading speed depends not on literacy skills, but on whether readers are psychologically ready for the information and insights contained in specific books. People can race through books whose messages they're prepared to receive and integrate, while texts containing information they're not ready to handle become difficult to read regardless of their actual complexity or reading level. Bookstore owner Dr. James Morrison noticed this phenomenon when he observed that customers' reading experiences with identical books varied dramatically based on their life circumstances rather than their educational backgrounds. Highly educated people sometimes struggled with simple texts, while individuals with limited formal education effortlessly absorbed complex philosophical works when the content matched their current needs for growth and understanding. The reading speed phenomenon serves as a natural pacing system that prevents people from accessing information before they're emotionally and psychologically prepared to handle it safely. Books about advanced spiritual concepts become nearly impossible to read for people who haven't developed foundational self-awareness. Relationship advice books resist comprehension when readers aren't ready to change their behavior patterns. The books themselves seem to protect readers from potentially harmful, premature exposure to transformative ideas. Regular customers learn to use their reading experiences as guidance for personal development timing. When a book becomes difficult to read, they often set it aside and return later when their life experiences have prepared them to receive its messages. Many credit this approach with preventing psychological overwhelm and ensuring that their learning proceeds at healthy, sustainable paces. Dr. Morrison believes that information and wisdom have natural timing requirements that honor readers' developmental readiness. He argues that forcing exposure to advanced concepts before people are prepared can cause psychological harm rather than growth. His bookstore demonstrates that effective learning requires matching content to readiness rather than simply providing access to information. This puzzle explores the relationship between learning and psychological readiness, suggesting that effective education might require natural timing rather than forced exposure to information before people are prepared to integrate it safely. Puzzle 51, the gas station, where fuel efficiency depends on gratitude. Murphy's gas station has developed an unusual reputation for producing fuel efficiency that correlates directly with customers' levels of gratitude and appreciation rather than their vehicle's mechanical condition or driving habits. Cars driven by grateful, appreciative people consistently achieve better mileage regardless of age or maintenance status, while vehicles operated by ungrateful or negative individuals consume fuel rapidly despite optimal mechanical condition. Station owner Tom Murphy discovered this connection when he noticed that fuel efficiency complaints came exclusively from customers who also complained about prices, service, and general life circumstances. Meanwhile, customers who expressed appreciation for their vehicles, the service, and their ability to travel consistently reported excellent fuel economy. The correlation proved so consistent that Tom began tracking gratitude levels alongside fuel sales. The gratitude-based fuel efficiency extends beyond simple positive versus negative attitudes to encompass specific types of appreciation that affect mileage in different ways. Gratitude for the vehicle itself improves overall efficiency, while appreciation for travel opportunities enhances highway mileage. Thankfulness for employment that enables car ownership seems to reduce fuel consumption during commuting. The more specific and genuine the gratitude, the better the fuel efficiency becomes. Customers initially skeptical of the gratitude connection report dramatic improvements in fuel economy when they begin practicing appreciation exercises while driving. Some develop gratitude routines that include thanking their cars, appreciating road infrastructure, and acknowledging the privilege of personal transportation. These practices often improve not just fuel efficiency, but overall driving experience and stress levels. Tom believes that gratitude affects energy efficiency in ways that conventional mechanics don't understand. He argues that appreciation creates positive energy fields that reduce friction and resistance in mechanical systems, while ingratitude generates negative energy that increases wear and inefficiency. His gas station demonstrates that emotional states might influence physical systems more directly than traditional thinking assumes. This puzzle explores the relationship between appreciation and efficiency, suggesting that gratitude might have measurable effects on material outcomes beyond its psychological benefits. Puzzle 52. The laundromat. Where cleanliness reflects inner purity, suds and bubbles. Laundromat produces clothing cleanliness results that somehow correspond to the moral and ethical purity of garment owners rather than simply removing physical dirt and stains. Clothes belonging to honest, ethical people emerge perfectly clean from minimal washing, while garments owned by people who engage in dishonest or harmful behavior remain dirty despite extensive cleaning efforts. The washing machines seem to respond to character rather than detergent. Laundromat owner Maria Gonzalez discovered this phenomenon when she noticed that identical washing procedures produced dramatically different results for different customers. Some people's clothes emerged spotless from quick wash cycles, while others' garments remained stained despite multiple wash attempts with extra detergent. Investigation revealed correlations between cleaning effectiveness and customers' ethical behavior patterns. The character-based cleaning extends beyond simple good versus bad distinctions to reflect specific types of ethical issues. Clothes belonging to people who lie frequently develop persistent stains that resist removal. Garments owned by individuals who help others consistently achieve exceptional brightness and freshness. The washing results seem to provide feedback about moral character that owners might not consciously recognize. Regular customers report that paying attention to their laundry results has encouraged them to examine their ethical behavior and make positive changes. Some use their washing experiences as character assessment tools, noticing when their clothes become harder to clean and examining whether recent choices align with their values. The laundromat serves as an unexpected source of moral feedback and motivation for ethical improvement. Maria believes that ethical behavior creates positive energy that influences everything in a person's environment, including their possessions. She argues that moral choices affect not just relationships and reputation, but also the physical world in ways that conventional thinking doesn't recognize. Her laundromat demonstrates that character might have measurable effects on material outcomes. This puzzle suggests that ethical behavior might influence physical reality in ways that extend beyond social consequences, It implies that moral choices might affect our entire environment, including inanimate objects and systems. Puzzle 53. The taxi company, where destinations choose passengers. CityCab operates with the unusual practice of having destinations somehow select which passengers they want to receive, rather than passengers choosing where they want to go. Taxi drivers report receiving mysterious guidance about which customers to pick up and where to take them, often delivering people to places they didn't request but desperately needed to visit. The system produces more satisfied customers and meaningful journeys than traditional request-based taxi service. Company owner David Park developed this destination-directed approach after observing that customers often didn't know where they really needed to go to solve their problems or find what they were seeking. Traditional taxi service simply transported people to requested locations, but many passengers remained unsatisfied because their chosen destinations didn't address their underlying needs. The new system somehow connects people with places that serve their authentic requirements. Drivers describe receiving intuitive guidance about passenger pickups and destinations that consistently proves more helpful than following customer requests. They might pick up someone asking to go to a job interview and instead deliver them to a career counseling center that helps them discover better professional paths. A person requesting transport to a shopping mall might be taken to a community center where they find volunteer opportunities that provide more satisfaction than purchasing goods. Passengers initially resist being taken to unexpected destinations but consistently report that the alternative locations serve their needs better than their original plans. Many credit their unplanned destinations with providing life-changing encounters, opportunities, or insights that they would never have discovered through conventional travel choices. The taxi service becomes a source of serendipitous guidance rather than just transportation. David believes that cities contain wisdom about where people need to be at specific times, and experienced drivers can learn to access this urban intelligence. He argues that destinations have their own purposes and actively seek the people who most need their services or opportunities. His taxi company facilitates these meaningful connections between people and places. This puzzle explores the concept of meaningful coincidence and suggests that our environment might be more purposeful and responsive than we typically recognize. It implies that sometimes the universe knows better than we do where we need to be. Puzzle 54. The Art Gallery, where paintings respond to viewers' emotions. The Reflection Gallery features paintings that somehow change their appearance based on the emotional states of people viewing them. The same artwork might appear as a peaceful landscape to someone feeling calm, but transform into a stormy seascape when observed by an anxious visitor. The paintings seem to serve as emotional mirrors that reflect viewers' inner states rather than displaying fixed images created by artists. Gallery owner Dr. Patricia Vance first noticed this phenomenon when she observed visitors having dramatically different reactions to identical paintings on different days. Investigation revealed that the artworks were somehow responding to viewers' emotions and displaying imagery that matched their psychological states. She now presents the gallery as an interactive, emotional experience rather than a traditional art exhibition. The responsive paintings provide more than entertainment. They serve as tools for emotional awareness and processing. Visitors often don't consciously recognize their emotional states until they see them reflected in the artwork. A person suppressing anger might see turbulent, red-dominated images that help them acknowledge their feelings. Someone experiencing hidden sadness might observe melancholy scenes that encourage emotional expression. The paintings also seem capable of promoting emotional healing by gradually shifting toward more positive imagery as viewers process their feelings. A painting that initially appears dark and troubled might slowly brighten and become more hopeful as the observer works through difficult emotions. The artworks serve as both diagnostic tools and therapeutic resources for emotional well-being. Dr. Vance believes that art has always been about emotional communication between creators and viewers, but traditional static paintings can only express artists' emotions. Her responsive artworks demonstrate the possibility of interactive emotional art that adapts to each viewer's needs and facilitates personal emotional growth through visual feedback and processing. This puzzle suggests that art might be capable of more interactive and therapeutic functions than we typically expect. It implies that visual experiences could serve as tools for emotional awareness and healing when they respond dynamically to viewers' psychological needs. Puzzle 55. The restaurant, where meals taste like memories. Memory. Lane Cafe serves dishes that somehow taste like significant memories from diners past, rather than the actual ingredients used in preparation. Customers order from a standard menu but experience flavors that evoke specific childhood moments, special occasions, or memory lane. Cafe serves dishes that somehow taste like significant memories from diners past rather than the actual ingredients used in preparation. Customers order from a standard menu, but experience flavors that evoke specific childhood moments, special occasions, or meaningful times with loved ones. The meals provide emotional nourishment alongside physical sustenance, often bringing customers to tears of joy or nostalgia as they taste flavors they thought were lost forever. Chef Antoine Dubois discovered this memory-flavor connection when he noticed that customers consistently described his dishes in terms of past experiences rather than current ingredients. A simple pasta dish might taste like Sunday dinner at grandmother's house, while a basic salad could evoke summer picnics from decades earlier. The flavors seem to access diners' most cherished food memories and recreate them perfectly, regardless of recipe differences. The memory flavors are intensely personal and specific to each diner's individual history. Multiple people eating identical dishes experience completely different tastes based on their unique life experiences and emotional associations with food. A birthday cake might taste like childhood celebrations to one person while evoking wedding cake memories to another. The meals somehow access and recreate each customer's most meaningful gustatory experiences. Regular customers report that dining at Memory Lane provides therapeutic benefits beyond delicious food. The memory flavors help people reconnect with important relationships, process grief over lost loved ones, and maintain connections to cultural heritage through traditional family recipes they thought were forgotten. Many credit their meals with helping them heal from trauma and depression through positive sensory memories. Chef Dubois believes that taste is fundamentally about emotional connection rather than just physical sensation. He argues that the most memorable meals are those associated with love, celebration, and meaningful relationships rather than expensive ingredients or complex preparation. His restaurant demonstrates that food can serve as a bridge to the past and a source of emotional healing through sensory memory activation. This puzzle explores the relationship between taste and memory, suggesting that food might be capable of preserving and recreating emotional experiences in ways that transcend physical ingredients and preparation methods. Puzzle 56. The clothing store, where outfits change your personality. Transformations. Boutique sells clothing that somehow alters wearers' personalities to match the style and character suggested by their outfit choices. Customers who purchase professional business attire find themselves becoming more confident and assertive in workplace situations. Those who buy artistic, creative clothing develop enhanced imagination and expressive abilities. The personality changes feel natural and authentic rather than artificial or forced. Store owner Isabella Martinez discovered this phenomenon when she noticed that customers' behavior and demeanor changed dramatically after purchasing new clothing from her boutique. Initially attributing these changes to improved confidence from better appearance, she eventually realized that the personality shifts went far beyond normal. Confidence boosts to encompass fundamental character transformations that matched the clothing styles. The personality transformations appear to work by activating dormant aspects of wearer's character rather than imposing foreign traits. Someone who purchases bold, adventurous clothing discovers courage and spontaneity they didn't know they possessed. A person who buys elegant, sophisticated outfits develops refined tastes and gracious social skills that were previously unexpressed. The clothing seems to unlock existing potential rather than creating new personality traits. Customers report that their clothing-induced personality changes have improved their lives in unexpected ways. People discover talents and interests they never knew they had, pursue opportunities they previously avoided, and develop relationships that match their enhanced personalities. Many credit their clothing purchases with helping them become more authentic versions of themselves. Isabella believes that clothing serves as more than decoration or protection. It functions as a form of identity expression that influences how we think and behave. She argues that external appearance and internal character are more connected than most people realize, and that choosing clothing intentionally can facilitate desired personality development and personal growth. This puzzle suggests that external choices might influence internal character more directly than we typically assume. It implies that appearance and identity might be more interconnected, with clothing serving as a tool for personality development and self-transformation. Puzzle 57. The Sports Bar, where games predict real events. Champions Sports Bar has developed an unusual reputation for having sporting events broadcast on their screens somehow predict future real-world events beyond sports. Customers who watch basketball games often see plays that mirror upcoming business negotiations. Football matches reveal strategies that apply to personal relationship conflicts. Baseball games provide insights into patience and timing that prove relevant to important life decisions. Bar owner Mike Chen first noticed this predictive quality when regular customers began commenting that game strategies they observed at his bar helped them handle challenges in their professional and personal lives. Further investigation revealed that sporting events viewed at Champions consistently provided applicable guidance for viewers' upcoming situations, even when those situations had nothing to do with athletics. The predictive sports viewing extends beyond general metaphors to encompass specific tactical advice that proves remarkably relevant to customers' immediate circumstances. Someone facing a difficult negotiation might watch a quarterback successfully execute a comeback strategy that provides the exact approach needed for their business meeting. A person dealing with family conflict might observe team cooperation tactics that offer solutions for their relationship challenges. Regular customers learn to watch sports at Champions with an eye toward extracting guidance for their own situations. They take notes on successful strategies, discuss applications with other patrons, and report back on how sporting insights helped them handle real-world challenges. The bar serves as an informal strategy consultation center disguised as sports entertainment. Mike believes that competition and strategy are universal human experiences that appear in similar forms across different contexts. He argues that athletic contests reveal fundamental principles of success that apply to all areas of life, and that skilled observation of sports can provide practical wisdom for handling any challenge that requires strategy, teamwork, or perseverance. This puzzle suggests that patterns and strategies might be universal across different domains of human experience. It implies that wisdom and guidance might be available through careful observation of any structured competitive activity. Puzzle 58. The Pet Shop, where animals choose their owners. Paws and Claws. Pet Shop operates with the unusual policy of allowing animals to select their human families rather than having customers choose pets based on preferences or convenience. The animals somehow demonstrate clear preferences for specific people and refuse to go home with anyone other than their chosen human companions. This selection process produces remarkably successful pet owner relationships with virtually no returns or behavioral problems. Shop owner Dr. Sarah Williams noticed this phenomenon when she observed that animals consistently showed strong preferences for certain customers while remaining indifferent or resistant to others. Even identical breeds would react completely differently to the same person, suggesting that the selection process involved factors beyond simple species compatibility or physical attraction. The animal selection process appears to consider long-term compatibility factors that humans might not consciously recognize. Dogs seem to choose owners whose activity levels and lifestyles match their needs for exercise and stimulation. Cats select humans whose personalities complement their temperaments and social preferences. Even fish and birds show preferences for people whose energy and care approaches suit their specific requirements. The chosen relationships develop into extraordinarily strong bonds that benefit both animals and humans. Pets selected by this method show exceptional loyalty and obedience, while their human companions report deeper satisfaction and emotional connection than they experience with previous pets. The mutual selection process seems to create optimal matches based on compatibility factors that conventional pet selection methods don't address. Dr. Williams believes that animals possess intuitive abilities to assess human character and compatibility that surpass conscious evaluation methods. She argues that successful pet ownership depends on mutual attraction and compatibility rather than one-sided human preference. Her pet shop demonstrates that the best relationships emerge when both parties choose each other rather than when one selects the other. This puzzle explores the nature of compatibility and suggests that successful relationships might require mutual selection rather than unilateral choice. It implies that animals might have better judgment about human character than humans have about themselves. Puzzle 59. The music store, where instruments play themselves. Harmony Music Store features instruments that somehow begin playing themselves when the right person approaches them. Guitars strum melodies when touched by future musicians, pianos play songs that match visitors' emotional needs, and drums beat rhythms that call to potential percussionists. The self-playing instruments serve as both musical entertainment and guidance system for helping people discover their musical calling and artistic potential. Store owner Marcus Rodriguez first noticed this phenomenon when he observed that certain instruments would spontaneously produce music whenever specific customers entered the store. Initially suspecting electronic malfunctions, he discovered that the self-playing occurred only in response to particular individuals and seemed designed to attract their attention to instruments that matched their musical potential. The instrument selection process appears to consider both natural talent and emotional compatibility between musicians and their tools. A shy teenager might find a gentle acoustic guitar playing soft melodies that encourage quiet musical exploration. An energetic child might hear drums calling with rhythms that match their enthusiastic personality. The instruments seem to recognize and call to their ideal players. Customers who purchase instruments that played for them report exceptional learning experiences and rapid musical development. The instruments continue responding to their owners' emotional states and musical growth, sometimes suggesting new techniques or compositions through spontaneous performances. Many credit their self-selecting instruments with unlocking musical abilities they never knew they possessed. Marcus believes that musical instruments are more than inanimate tools. They are artistic partners that work best when matched with compatible musicians. He argues that the most beautiful music emerges from harmony between performer and instrument, and that this partnership begins with mutual recognition and attraction rather than arbitrary selection based on appearance or price. This puzzle suggests that creativity might involve partnerships between artists and their tools rather than simple utilization of instruments. It implies that the best artistic relationships might require mutual selection and compatibility between creators and their creative resources. Puzzle 60. The funeral home, where grief transforms into celebration. Peaceful transitions. Funeral home operates with the unique approach of helping grief naturally transform into celebration of life rather than simply providing traditional mourning services. Families who begin their experience overwhelmed by loss gradually find their sorrow evolving into gratitude, fond memories, and even joy as they work with the funeral directors to honor their loved ones' lives and legacy. Funeral director Margaret Thompson developed this transformative approach after observing that healthy grieving involves movement from devastation toward acceptance and appreciation rather than remaining stuck in sorrow. She created services that support this natural progression while honoring the importance of initial grief and the need to process loss fully before moving toward celebration. The transformation process feels organic and authentic rather than forced or artificial. Families begin with traditional grief support but gradually discover aspects of their loved one's life worth celebrating. Story-sharing sessions reveal funny memories, accomplishment recognitions, highlight positive impacts, and legacy planning helps families continue their loved one's influence in meaningful ways. Grief doesn't disappear but evolves into something more manageable and meaningful. Families report that experiencing grief transformation at peaceful transitions helps them develop healthier relationships with loss and death. They learn that mourning can include joy without dishonoring their loved ones, and that celebration doesn't minimize the reality of loss. Many credit their funeral experience with teaching them to grieve more effectively in future situations. Margaret believes that death is a natural part of life that deserves acknowledgement and processing, rather than avoidance or prolonged suffering. She argues that healthy grieving leads naturally toward appreciation and celebration when supported properly. Her funeral home demonstrates that end-of-life services can facilitate healing and growth rather than simply managing immediate crisis. This puzzle explores the nature of grief and suggests that loss might be processed more healthily when sorrow is allowed to evolve toward appreciation rather than remaining static. It implies that death might be approached as a life transition rather than a tragedy. Puzzle 61. The barbershop where hair holds memories. Old-style barbershop operates with the discovery that human hair somehow stores memories and emotional experiences that can be accessed through skilled cutting and styling. Master barber Giuseppe Torino learned this technique from his grandfather, who claimed that hair carries the history of every experience a person has lived through. Customers who receive haircuts from Giuseppe often recover forgotten memories and gain insights into their life patterns through the haircutting process. Giuseppe's haircuts feel different from standard barbering, involving careful attention to how memories seem to be distributed throughout different sections of hair. He claims that recent experiences reside in hair closest to the scalp, while older memories are stored in longer sections that have grown over time. His cutting techniques somehow access and release these stored experiences, helping customers process unresolved issues and understand their personal history more completely. Customers report vivid memory recovery during their haircuts, experiencing flashbacks to childhood events, forgotten relationships, and meaningful moments they hadn't thought about in years. The memory retrieval feels therapeutic rather than overwhelming, as if the haircut process provides a safe way to revisit and integrate past experiences that need attention or resolution. The haircutting sessions often reveal patterns in customers' lives that help them understand current challenges and make better future decisions. Someone might discover recurring relationship patterns through recovered memories of past romantic experiences. Another person might gain insight into career dissatisfaction by remembering childhood dreams and interests they had abandoned or forgotten. Giuseppe believes that every cell in the human body stores experiential information, and hair provides a particularly accessible repository for memory retrieval. He argues that skilled barbers can serve therapeutic functions by helping people access and process their stored life experiences through careful attention to the emotional energy contained in different sections of hair. This puzzle suggests that memory might be stored throughout the human body rather than exclusively in the brain. It implies that physical care practices like haircuts might have therapeutic potential for memory recovery and emotional processing. Puzzle 62. The gym where workouts exercise your past. Time shift. Fitness operates with equipment that somehow provides workouts for past versions of customers rather than their current physical condition. Members exercise in the present but experience improvements to their historical selves, healing old injuries, strengthening their younger bodies, and improving past athletic performance retroactively. The current benefits include enhanced self-confidence and resolution of long-standing physical and emotional issues rooted in earlier life experiences. Gym owner Dr. Rachel Park discovered this temporal exercise phenomenon when members began reporting improvements to childhood injuries and teenage athletic abilities that conventional present-time exercise couldn't explain. Investigation revealed that the gym's equipment was somehow working on members' past physical conditions while they exercised in the present moment. The past-focused workouts address both physical and psychological issues that originated in earlier life periods. Someone who was injured playing sports as a teenager might find that past injury healing, which improves their current confidence and athletic ability. A person who felt weak or uncoordinated during childhood might experience their younger self becoming stronger and more graceful, resolving current self-esteem issues rooted in those early experiences. Members report that healing their past physical selves has profound effects on their present psychological well-being. People who were bullied for being weak discover new confidence as their past selves become stronger. Those who missed athletic opportunities due to poor physical condition find that improving their historical fitness opens up present-day possibilities they never thought accessible. Dr. Park believes that current physical and emotional problems often originate in past experiences that created limiting beliefs about our capabilities and worth. Her gym demonstrates that healing our past selves can transform our present reality by changing the foundational experiences that shaped our self-concept and physical confidence. This puzzle explores the relationship between past and present experience, suggesting that healing historical issues might be more accessible than we typically assume and could have profound effects on current well-being. Puzzle 63. The library where books read you. The Riverside Public Library contains a special collection where books somehow read their human readers rather than being read by them. When people open these volumes, the books assess their character, needs, and psychological state, then adjust their content to provide exactly the information, stories, or guidance each reader requires. The books serve as personalized counselors and teachers rather than static information sources. Librarian. Dr. Emily Foster discovered this phenomenon when she noticed that patrons consistently reported that the same books contained different information when they read them at different times. Investigation revealed that the books were somehow analyzing readers and customizing their content to address individual needs, circumstances, and developmental stages. The reader-responsive books provide more than entertainment or information. They serve as therapeutic and educational tools that adapt to each person's psychological readiness and growth needs. Someone dealing with relationship problems might find that a novel adjusts its plot to explore relevant relationship dynamics. A person facing career decisions might discover that a biography emphasizes aspects of the subject's professional development that apply to their situation. The books seem capable of providing just enough challenge and insight to promote growth without overwhelming readers with information they're not ready to handle. Advanced concepts are introduced gradually as readers develop the foundation needed to understand them safely. The personalized content evolves as readers change and grow, ensuring that repeat readings continue providing value and new insights. Dr. Foster believes that effective learning requires matching content to individual readiness and needs rather than presenting universal information to diverse audiences. Her special collection demonstrates that books could serve therapeutic and educational functions more effectively if they could respond dynamically to reader characteristics and circumstances. This puzzle suggests that learning materials might be more effective when they can adapt to individual learner needs rather than presenting fixed content to all students. It implies that books and teachers might work better as collaborative partners than as one-way information delivery systems. Puzzle 64, the mechanic shop, where cars diagnose themselves. Auto Care Garage operates with vehicles that somehow communicate their mechanical problems directly to the mechanics rather than requiring traditional diagnostic procedures. Cars explain their symptoms, identify their mechanical issues, and even suggest optimal repair solutions through mysterious communication methods that bypass normal mechanical assessment techniques. This self-diagnosis system produces more accurate repairs and higher customer satisfaction than conventional automotive service. Master mechanic Tony Rodriguez first noticed this automotive communication when he began receiving clear impressions about vehicle problems without performing standard diagnostic tests. Initially attributing these insights to experience and intuition, he eventually realized that the cars themselves were somehow conveying information about their mechanical condition and repair needs. The vehicle communication extends beyond simple problem identification to include maintenance recommendations, driving advice, and warnings about potential future issues. Cars seem to understand their own mechanical health better than external diagnostic equipment and can provide more accurate assessments of what repairs are actually necessary versus what might be postponed safely. The self-diagnosing cars also appear to communicate their emotional relationship with their owners, providing insights into how driving habits, maintenance attitudes, and owner-vehicle relationships affect mechanical performance. Vehicles that feel cared for and appreciated seem to run better and require fewer repairs than those that feel neglected or mistreated. Tony has developed techniques for receiving and interpreting automotive communication, treating cars as partners in the repair process rather than passive objects requiring mechanical manipulation. His approach produces better repair outcomes and helps owners develop more positive relationships with their vehicles that improve performance and longevity. This puzzle suggests that the relationship between humans and their tools might be more collaborative than we typically recognize. It implies that mechanical objects might have awareness and communication capabilities that could improve maintenance and repair when acknowledged and accessed. Puzzle 65, the restaurant where food cooks itself. The autonomous kitchen operates without chefs or cooks, relying on ingredients that somehow prepare themselves into perfectly crafted meals that match diners' preferences and nutritional needs. Raw vegetables transform into gourmet dishes, simple grains become complex casseroles, and basic proteins develop into sophisticated entrees without human intervention. The self-cooking process produces more delicious and nutritious meals than traditional food preparation methods. Restaurant owner Maria Santos discovered this culinary phenomenon when she observed that high-quality, fresh ingredients seem to naturally combine and prepare themselves when placed in her kitchen environment. Initially attributing this to excellent ingredient selection and kitchen design, she eventually realized that the food was actively participating in its own preparation process. The self-cooking meals adapt to diners' health needs, cultural preferences, and emotional states without requiring menu orders or dietary specifications. Someone dealing with illness might receive healing foods that support recovery. A person celebrating an achievement might find their meal becomes festive and indulgent. Families dining together receive foods that bring out conversation and connection. The ingredients seem to understand optimal nutrition and flavor combination principles better than trained chefs, consistently producing meals that satisfy both taste preferences and health requirements. Diners report feeling more energized and satisfied after eating self-prepared foods than after conventional restaurant meals, even when the self-prepared versions appear simpler. Maria believes that food has natural intelligence about its optimal preparation and consumption that humans often interfere with through overthinking and artificial manipulation. Her restaurant demonstrates that ingredients might know better than cooks how to prepare themselves for maximum nutrition and enjoyment when allowed to express their natural culinary potential. This puzzle explores the relationship between natural processes and human intervention, suggesting that some outcomes might be better achieved through cooperation with natural intelligence rather than imposing human control and manipulation. Puzzle 66. The school where tests take themselves. Jefferson High School operates with an examination system where tests somehow complete themselves based on what students actually know rather than what they write on answer sheets. The self-completing tests bypass traditional test anxiety and academic performance issues to reveal authentic understanding and knowledge levels. Students receive accurate assessments of their learning without the stress and artificial constraints of conventional testing methods. Principal Dr. Jennifer Walsh discovered this phenomenon when she noticed that student test scores consistently reflected their actual knowledge levels more accurately than their written responses would suggest. Investigation revealed that the tests were somehow assessing genuine understanding rather than just measuring test-taking skills and anxiety management abilities. The self-completing tests eliminate common testing problems like anxiety blocking, time pressure affecting performance, and language barriers interfering with knowledge demonstration. Students who understand concepts but struggle with written expression receive credit for their actual learning. Those who memorize information without understanding find that their superficial knowledge is accurately identified and evaluated. The testing system also provides detailed feedback about learning styles, knowledge gaps, and optimal study approaches for each student. Rather than simply assigning grades, the tests offer guidance for improving understanding and developing more effective learning strategies. Students report feeling more confident about their abilities and more motivated to learn when assessment focuses on actual knowledge rather than test performance. Dr. Walsh believes that traditional testing often measures test-taking skills rather than genuine learning, creating artificial barriers between students and accurate assessment of their knowledge. Her self-completing test system demonstrates that evaluation methods could support learning rather than creating additional obstacles to academic success. This puzzle suggests that assessment methods might be more effective when they focus on actual knowledge rather than performance under artificial testing conditions. It implies that evaluation could serve learning rather than creating additional challenges for students. Puzzle 67. The post office where letters deliver themselves. Millfield Post Office operates with correspondence that somehow delivers itself to recipients based on emotional need rather than written addresses. Letters find their way to people who most need to receive their messages, regardless of postal codes or geographic location. The self-delivering mail system produces more meaningful communication and stronger relationships than traditional postal services. Postmaster Robert Chen discovered this phenomenon when he noticed that mail consistently reached recipients even when addresses were incomplete, incorrect, or missing entirely. Investigation revealed that letters were somehow navigating to their intended recipients based on the emotional content and communicative purpose rather than following written delivery instructions. The self-delivering letters prioritize emotional urgency and recipient need over conventional postal logistics. A letter containing important forgiveness might reach its recipient immediately, even across great distances, while routine correspondence follows normal delivery timelines. Letters containing messages that recipients aren't ready to receive might delay their own delivery until the timing becomes appropriate. The postal system also facilitates meaningful coincidences by ensuring that letters arrive at moments when recipients most need their messages. Someone dealing with loneliness might receive a letter from an old friend at exactly the right time. A person facing difficult decisions might get advice from a mentor precisely when guidance would be most helpful. Robert believes that authentic communication has natural intelligence about timing and delivery that postal systems often interfere with through rigid adherence to logistical procedures. His post office demonstrates that mail service could facilitate meaningful human connection more effectively by honoring the emotional purpose of correspondence rather than just managing physical delivery. This puzzle explores the relationship between communication and timing, suggesting that messages might have natural intelligence about when and how they need to be delivered for maximum positive impact. Puzzle 68: The Bank Where Money Grows. Based on generosity community, Trust Bank operates with savings accounts that somehow generate interest based on account holders' generosity and charitable giving rather than traditional investment returns. Customers who regularly help others and contribute to their communities earn higher interest rates, while those who focus exclusively on personal financial gain receive minimal returns. The generosity-based banking system produces better financial outcomes and stronger community relationships. Bank President Laura Martinez developed this system after observing correlations between customer character and long-term financial stability. People who demonstrated generosity and community involvement typically maintained healthier financial habits and experienced fewer economic crises than those who focused solely on personal wealth accumulation. Her generosity-based interest system rewards behaviors that promote both individual and community financial well-being. The generosity assessment considers both formal charitable giving and informal acts of kindness and community support. Customers who help neighbors during difficulties, volunteer for local causes, or support struggling community members see their interest rates increase. The system recognizes that generosity extends beyond monetary donations to include time, attention, practical assistance. Account holders report that the generosity banking system has improved their lives beyond just financial benefits. People become more aware of opportunities to help others and develop stronger community connections through increased civic engagement. Many discover that practicing generosity creates social networks that provide support during their own difficult times. Laura believes that individual financial health depends on community economic stability, and that generous behavior creates the social trust and cooperation necessary for overall prosperity. Her banking system demonstrates that financial institutions could promote both individual wealth and community well-being by rewarding behaviors that strengthen social bonds and mutual support. This puzzle suggests that individual prosperity might be more connected to community well-being than conventional economics recognizes. It implies that generous behavior might be a practical financial strategy rather than just a moral choice. Puzzle 69: The Clothing Store, where outfits reflect your future. Tomorrow's Trends boutique sells clothing that somehow reflects customers' future life circumstances rather than current fashion preferences. People purchase outfits that seem slightly wrong for their present situations, but prove perfectly appropriate for upcoming life changes they haven't yet experienced. The future-oriented fashion helps people prepare for transitions and growth they don't consciously anticipate. Store owner Isabella Chen discovered this phenomenon when customers began returning months after purchases to express amazement at how perfectly their clothing choices had matched major life changes. A conservative businesswoman might purchase a creative, artistic outfit that perfectly suits the art therapy career she didn't know she would pursue. A shy teenager might buy confident, leadership-appropriate clothing that matches the student government position they would unexpectedly win. The future fashion selection process feels intuitive rather than logical, with customers drawn to clothing that doesn't match their current lifestyle or personality. Many report feeling slightly uncomfortable with their choices but unable to resist the appeal of particular outfits. The clothing seems to call to aspects of their future selves that don't yet exist in their conscious awareness. Customers learn to trust their intuitive clothing choices even when those selections seem inappropriate for their current circumstances. People discover that wearing their future-oriented outfits actually helps facilitate the life changes the clothing anticipates, as if the clothing serves as a bridge between present and future identity. Isabella believes that our future selves somehow communicate with our present consciousness through intuitive attraction to objects and choices that support our growth and development. Her boutique demonstrates that fashion could serve as a tool for personal transformation rather than just self-expression or status display. This puzzle explores the relationship between present choices and future possibilities, suggesting that our upcoming circumstances might influence current decisions in ways we don't consciously recognize. Puzzle 70. The coffee shop where drinks predict weather. The Weather Bean coffee shop serves beverages that somehow predict upcoming weather patterns through their temperature, flavor, and presentation, rather than through traditional meteorological forecasting. Customers unconsciously order drinks that match weather conditions that will occur within the next few days. Hot, warming beverages precede cold snaps, while iced drinks anticipate heat waves. The coffee-based weather prediction proves more accurate than professional forecasting services. Coffee shop owner Miguel Santos first noticed this predictive pattern when he observed that customer ordering behaviors consistently shifted before weather changes occurred. People would begin ordering hot chocolate before unexpected cold fronts arrived, or suddenly prefer iced beverages before surprise warm spells. The correlation proved so reliable that local residents began using coffee shop ordering trends as weather forecasts. The weather prediction extends beyond simple temperature anticipation to encompass complex atmospheric conditions and seasonal patterns. Customers order rich, heavy drinks before storms and light, refreshing beverages before clear, sunny periods. Seasonal flavor preferences emerge weeks before traditional seasonal changes, helping people prepare for longer-term weather transitions. Regular customers learn to pay attention to their beverage cravings as early warning systems for weather changes that might affect their plans. Farmers use coffee shop trends to make planting and harvesting decisions. Event planners monitor ordering patterns to anticipate weather conditions for outdoor activities. The coffee shop serves as an informal weather station for the entire community. Miguel believes that humans have natural sensitivity to atmospheric pressure and environmental changes that influence subconscious preferences and behaviors. He argues that people instinctively seek foods and beverages that will help them adapt to upcoming environmental conditions, creating predictive patterns that reflect genuine meteorological sensitivity rather than random preference changes. This puzzle suggests that human beings might have more environmental sensitivity than we typically recognize, with subconscious awareness of upcoming weather patterns expressing itself through seemingly unrelated behavioral choices like beverage preferences. Puzzle 71. The barbershop where haircuts heal relationships. Precision Cuts Barbershop operates with the unusual discovery that certain haircuts somehow improve customers' relationship problems and interpersonal difficulties. People who receive specific cuts find that troubled friendships heal, romantic relationships improve, and family conflicts resolve more easily. The relationship-healing haircuts work by enhancing customers' communication abilities and social energy in ways that facilitate better connections with others. Master barber Antonio Rivera learned this technique from his mentor, who claimed that hair carries social energy and that skilled cutting can enhance a person's ability to connect with others. Antonio has developed methods for assessing customers' relationship challenges and providing cuts that support improved social interactions and emotional connections. The relationship-enhancing haircuts seem to work by adjusting customers' confidence levels, communication styles, and social presence in ways that make them more attractive and approachable to others. Someone struggling with shyness might receive a cut that enhances their natural charm and makes them feel more confident in social situations. A person with relationship conflicts might get a style that softens their appearance and makes them seem more open to reconciliation. Customers report that their relationship improvements feel natural and authentic rather than artificial or temporary. People find themselves communicating more effectively, listening more carefully, and responding to others with greater empathy and understanding. The haircuts seem to unlock social skills and emotional intelligence that were previously blocked or underdeveloped. Antonio believes that appearance and social success are more connected than most people realize, but that the connection involves energy and confidence rather than just physical attractiveness. His barbershop demonstrates that skilled haircutting can serve therapeutic functions by enhancing customers' ability to form and maintain healthy relationships with others. This puzzle explores the relationship between appearance and social connection, suggesting that physical presentation might influence interpersonal skills and relationship success in ways that extend beyond simple attractiveness or social status. Puzzle 72: The Pet Store. Where animals provide therapy healing. Pause. Pet Store operates with animals that somehow provide therapeutic services to customers rather than simply serving as potential pets for purchase. Visitors dealing with emotional difficulties, psychological challenges, or spiritual crises find that interacting with specific animals offers profound healing and insight. The therapeutic animals serve as counselors and healing facilitators rather than traditional pets. Store owner Dr. Rachel Kim discovered this phenomenon when she noticed that customers consistently left her store feeling significantly better emotionally, even when they didn't purchase animals. Investigation revealed that the animals were somehow assessing customers' psychological needs and providing appropriate therapeutic interactions that promoted healing and emotional growth. The animal therapy involves different species offering different types of psychological support based on customers' specific needs. Dogs provide comfort and emotional support for people dealing with depression or anxiety. Cats offer calming presence for stressed individuals. Birds provide inspiration and perspective for people feeling trapped or limited. Each species seems to specialize in particular types of healing. The therapeutic interactions feel natural and authentic rather than trained or artificial. Animals approach customers who need their specific type of support and provide exactly the right kind of attention and energy. People report feeling understood and accepted by the animals in ways that human therapy sometimes doesn't achieve. Dr. Kim believes that animals possess natural healing abilities and psychological sensitivity that humans have largely forgotten. Her pet store demonstrates that animal-human interaction could serve formal therapeutic functions rather than just providing companionship and entertainment. The animals seem to understand human emotional needs better than many human therapists. This puzzle suggests that animals might have therapeutic capabilities that could be utilized more systematically to support human psychological well-being. It implies that healing might be available through interspecies connection and communication that transcends conventional therapeutic approaches. Puzzle 73: The Grocery Store. Where food chooses its purpose. Fresh Start. Market operates with produce and ingredients that somehow determine their own culinary destiny based on the needs of customers rather than following planned recipes or shopping lists. Vegetables combine themselves into healing soups for sick customers, fruits arrange themselves into energizing snacks for tired people, and grains form themselves into comfort foods for those needing emotional support. The self-organizing food creates more satisfying and nutritious meals than conventional cooking. Store manager Linda Torres discovered this phenomenon when she noticed that customers consistently purchased ingredient combinations that produced meals perfectly suited to their health and emotional needs, even when they had different meal plans in mind. Investigation revealed that the food items were somehow selecting themselves to serve customers' authentic, nutritional, and psychological requirements. The food selection process considers both physical health needs and emotional nourishment requirements. Someone fighting an infection might find themselves drawn to immune-boosting ingredients they hadn't planned to purchase. A person dealing with stress might discover that comfort foods literally place themselves in their shopping cart. The food seems to understand nutrition and healing better than conscious meal planning. Customers report that meals created from self-selecting ingredients taste better and provide more satisfaction than conventionally planned meals. People feel more energized, healthier, and emotionally balanced when they allow their food to choose its own purpose rather than imposing predetermined cooking plans. Many credit this approach with improving their overall health and relationship with food. Linda believes that food has natural intelligence about optimal nutrition and preparation that humans often interfere with through overthinking and artificial dietary rules. Her grocery store demonstrates that ingredients might know better than customers what combinations will best serve their health and well-being when allowed to express their nutritional wisdom. This puzzle explores the relationship between nutrition and natural intelligence, suggesting that food might have inherent knowledge about optimal combinations and preparation that could guide healthier eating choices. Puzzle 74: The Music Store. Where songs write themselves, Melody Makers Music Store features composition paper that somehow creates original songs based on the emotional needs and musical preferences of customers. People who approach the blank sheet music find that notes and lyrics appear spontaneously, creating personalized compositions that express their feelings perfectly and provide exactly the musical experience they need. The self-writing songs serve as both entertainment and emotional therapy. Store owner Marcus Chen discovered this phenomenon when customers began reporting that blank music sheets they purchased were somehow filled with original compositions when they returned home. Investigation revealed that the music paper was responding to customers' emotional states and musical needs, creating personalized songs that addressed their psychological and creative requirements. The self-generating songs vary in style and complexity based on customers' musical background and emotional sophistication. Beginning musicians receive simple, easy-to-play compositions that build their confidence and skills. Advanced players find complex, challenging pieces that push their abilities and provide growth opportunities. The songs seem to understand each person's musical development needs and provide appropriate creative challenges. The personalized compositions often help customers process emotions and experiences more effectively than existing songs or therapeutic techniques. People dealing with loss might receive comforting ballads that help them grieve. Those celebrating achievements might find uplifting anthems that capture their joy perfectly. The songs serve as customized emotional support tools that address specific psychological needs. Marcus believes that music has natural healing and expression capabilities that can be accessed when we allow creativity to flow without forcing predetermined outcomes. His store demonstrates that musical composition might be more collaborative between human needs and universal creative intelligence than traditional songwriting assumes. This puzzle suggests that creativity might involve collaboration between human consciousness and universal creative intelligence rather than purely individual artistic effort. It implies that art might be more responsive to emotional needs when created through intuitive collaboration rather than forced individual expression. Puzzle 75: The Theatre Where Actors Become Their Characters. The Transformation. Playhouse presents performances where actors somehow become the characters they portray, rather than simply acting out predetermined roles. During shows, performers take on the personalities, memories, and even physical characteristics of their characters so completely that the boundary between actor and role disappears entirely. The transformations create extraordinarily authentic performances that affect audiences more profoundly than traditional acting. Theatre director Elena Rodriguez discovered this phenomenon when she noticed that actors in her productions developed remarkable depth and authenticity that exceeded their normal acting abilities. Investigation revealed that the performers were somehow accessing the consciousness and experiences of their characters rather than just pretending to be different people. The character transformations feel natural and comfortable to actors rather than forced or artificial. Performers report that they simply become their characters during shows, with access to memories, knowledge, and personality traits they don't normally possess. The transformation process feels like remembering who they really are rather than pretending to be someone else. Audiences respond to the authentic character performances with unusual emotional intensity and personal connection. People report feeling like they're meeting real people rather than watching actors perform roles. The authentic character presentations create therapeutic experiences for audience members who see their own struggles and triumphs reflected in genuinely lived character experiences. Elena believes that acting at its highest level involves channeling consciousness rather than imitating behavior. Her theater demonstrates that performers might be capable of accessing universal character archetypes and experiences that exist beyond individual personality, creating more meaningful and transformative entertainment through authentic character embodiment. This puzzle explores the nature of identity and performance, suggesting that consciousness might be more fluid and accessible than we typically assume. It implies that authentic expression might involve channeling universal experiences rather than just projecting individual personality traits. Puzzle 76: The Garden Where Plants Grow According to Gardener's Emotions. Serenity Gardens operates with vegetation that somehow reflects and responds to the emotional states of the gardeners rather than following conventional horticultural principles. Plants thrive when tended by happy, peaceful gardeners, but struggle when cared for by stressed or anxious people, regardless of technical gardening skills or environmental conditions. The emotion-responsive gardening produces more beautiful and productive gardens than traditional cultivation methods. Head gardener Maria Santos discovered this phenomenon when she noticed that identical plants cared for with identical techniques produce dramatically different results depending on the emotional state of whoever tended them. Plants seem to absorb and reflect the feelings of their caretakers, growing more vibrantly when nurtured with positive emotions and wilting when exposed to negative emotional energy. The emotional gardening extends beyond simple positive versus negative reactions to encompass specific emotional qualities that affect different aspects of plant growth. Love and appreciation enhance flowering and fruit production. Patience and calm attention improve root development and overall plant health. Anxiety and stress cause leaves to yellow and growth to slow, regardless of proper watering and fertilization. Regular gardeners learn to use their plants as emotional feedback systems, monitoring plant health as indicators of their own psychological well-being. When gardens begin showing stress signs, gardeners examine their emotional states and work on improving their mental health. The garden serves as both a source of beauty and a tool for emotional self-awareness and regulation. Maria believes that all living things are interconnected through energy fields that carry emotional information. Her garden demonstrates that human feelings might influence other living beings more directly than conventional thinking recognizes, and that successful gardening requires emotional as well as technical skills. This puzzle suggests that emotional states might have measurable effects on other living beings, and that successful cultivation might require attention to psychological as well as physical factors. Puzzle 77: The Taxi Service Where Cars Know Your True Destination. Destiny Cab operates with vehicles that somehow transport passengers to where they actually need to go rather than where they request to be taken. Customers who ask to be driven to specific locations often find themselves delivered to different destinations that prove more beneficial for their current life circumstances. The intuitive transportation service produces more satisfying journeys and better outcomes than conventional taxi service. Company owner David Martinez developed this destination intuitive approach after observing that passengers often didn't know where they really needed to go to solve their problems or find what they were seeking. Traditional taxi service simply transported people to requested locations, but but many customers remained unsatisfied because their chosen destinations didn't address their underlying needs. The alternative destination selection process considers passengers' emotional needs, life circumstances, and opportunities for growth rather than just following geographical requests. Someone asking to go to a job interview might be taken to a career counseling center that helps them discover better professional paths. A person requesting transport to a shopping mall might be delivered to a volunteer opportunity that provides more meaningful satisfaction. Passengers initially resist being taken to unexpected destinations but consistently report that the alternative locations serve their needs better than their original plans. Many credit their unplanned destinations with providing life-changing encounters, opportunities, or insights that they would never have discovered through conventional travel choices. David believes that cities contain wisdom about where people need to be at specific times, and that experienced drivers can learn to access this urban intelligence through intuitive navigation. His taxi service demonstrates that transportation could serve personal development rather than just geographical movement. This puzzle explores the concept of destiny and suggests that our environment might be more purposeful and responsive than we typically recognize. It implies that sometimes the universe knows better than we do where we need to be. Puzzle 78, The Bookstore, where stories write their own endings. Chapter's End Bookstore contains novels that somehow complete themselves based on what readers need to experience rather than following authors' original conclusions. Books adapt their endings to provide exactly the resolution each reader requires for their personal growth and emotional healing. The personalized story conclusions create more meaningful and therapeutic reading experiences than fixed narrative endings. Bookstore owner Dr. Jennifer Walsh discovered this phenomenon when customers began reporting that the same books had different endings when read by different people. Investigation revealed that the stories were somehow assessing readers' psychological needs and providing customized conclusions that addressed their personal circumstances and emotional requirements. The adaptive endings consider readers' life experiences, current challenges, and opportunities for growth, rather than simply providing entertainment or literary satisfaction. Someone dealing with relationship difficulties might find that a romance novel provides insights into healthy partnership patterns. A person facing career decisions might discover that an adventure story offers guidance about risk-taking and following dreams. The personalized conclusions feel authentic and well-crafted rather than randomly generated or artificially imposed. Readers report that their customized endings provide closure and understanding that help them process their own life situations more effectively. Many credit their reading experiences with providing therapeutic benefits comparable to professional counseling. Dr. Walsh believes that stories have natural healing and teaching capabilities that can be enhanced when narratives respond to individual reader needs rather than presenting universal conclusions. Her bookstore demonstrates that literature could serve more therapeutic functions when stories adapt to provide exactly the insights and resolution each reader requires. This puzzle suggests that storytelling might be more interactive and therapeutic than we typically assume. It implies that the most meaningful narratives might emerge from collaboration between authors' creativity and readers' needs rather than fixed artistic expression. Puzzle 79, The Restaurant Where Meals Cook based on conversation. The Communication Cafe operates with food that somehow prepares itself based on the quality and content of conversations occurring at each table rather than following kitchen orders or menu selections. Tables with meaningful, heartfelt discussions receive more delicious and nutritious meals, while superficial or negative conversations result in bland, unsatisfying food. The conversation-responsive cuisine encourages authentic communication and deeper human connection. Restaurant owner Sophia Chen discovered this phenomenon when she noticed that identical menu items tasted dramatically different depending on which tables received them. Investigation revealed that the food quality correlated directly with the depth and authenticity of conversations happening during meal preparation and service, regardless of cooking techniques or ingredient quality. The conversation influence cooking considers both emotional content and communication quality when determining meal characteristics. Tables with honest, vulnerable sharing receive comforting, nourishing foods that support emotional well-being. Groups engaged in creative, inspiring discussions find their meals become more energizing and flavorful. Superficial small talk produces correspondingly bland and forgettable food. Regular customers learn to use their dining experiences as feedback about their communication quality and relationship depth. People become more intentional about creating meaningful conversations and discover that improved dialogue skills enhance not just their meals, but their overall relationships and social satisfaction. Sophia believes that food and communication are both forms of nourishment that naturally enhance each other when combined mindfully. Her restaurant demonstrates that dining experiences could promote authentic human connection rather than just providing sustenance and entertainment. This puzzle explores the relationship between communication quality and nourishment, suggesting that meaningful conversation might enhance physical as well as emotional satisfaction when combined with food sharing. Puzzle 80. The Gym, where equipment adjusts to your potential. Peak Performance Fitness operates with exercise equipment that somehow calibrates itself based on each member's hidden potential rather than their current fitness level. Machines automatically adjust weight, resistance, and programming to challenge users at exactly the level needed to unlock their maximum physical capabilities. The potential-based training produces faster and more dramatic fitness improvements than conventional exercise programs. Gym owner Dr. Rebecca Santos developed this potential responsive approach after observing that most people significantly underestimate their physical capabilities and limit their progress through conservative goal setting. Her equipment somehow assesses members' true potential and provides training that helps them achieve fitness levels they never thought possible. The potential-calibrated equipment considers not just physical capabilities, but also psychological readiness and motivation levels when determining appropriate challenge levels. Members receive workouts that push their limits without causing injury or discouragement. The equipment somehow knows exactly how much each person can handle and grows progressively more challenging as capabilities develop. Members report achieving fitness goals much faster than expected and discovering physical abilities they didn't know they possessed. People who considered themselves naturally unathletic find themselves becoming strong and capable. Those who had plateaued in their fitness progress break through limitations they thought were permanent. Dr. Santos believes that human physical potential is far greater than most people realize, but that conventional fitness approaches often reinforce limiting beliefs rather than expanding possibilities. Her gym demonstrates that exercise equipment could serve as tools for discovering and developing hidden capabilities rather than just maintaining current fitness levels. This puzzle suggests that human potential might be more expansive than we typically recognize, and that our equipment and environment could help us access capabilities we don't know we possess. Puzzle 81, The Flower Shop, where bouquets heal broken hearts. Heartmend. Flowers creates arrangements that somehow provide emotional healing for people dealing with romantic loss and relationship difficulties. Customers who purchase specific flower combinations report that their heartbreak diminishes, their emotional pain lessens, and their ability to love again returns more quickly than normal recovery timelines would suggest. The healing bouquets work through mysterious properties that transcend conventional flower therapy or aromatherapy. Shop owner Elena Rodriguez discovered this healing phenomenon when customers began returning to thank her for flower arrangements that had helped them recover from devastating breakups and romantic disappointments. Investigation revealed that certain flower combinations possessed genuine therapeutic properties for emotional healing, that went far beyond simple beauty or symbolic meaning. The heartbreak healing flowers work differently for each person's specific type of romantic loss and emotional needs. Someone dealing with betrayal might receive flowers that help restore trust in love. A person grieving a lost relationship might get arrangements that facilitate healthy letting go. Those afraid of future romance might find flowers that rebuild confidence and openness to new love. The healing process feels gentle and natural rather than forced or artificial. People report that keeping the healing bouquets nearby somehow makes emotional pain more bearable and recovery feel more possible. The flowers seem to emit energy that soothes heartache and restores hope about future romantic possibilities. Elena believes that flowers have natural emotional healing properties that can be enhanced through skilled selection and arrangement. Her shop demonstrates that botanical therapy could provide genuine support for emotional recovery rather than just temporary comfort or symbolic gesturing. This puzzle suggests that plants might have therapeutic capabilities for emotional healing that could be utilized more systematically to support psychological recovery from loss and trauma. Puzzle 82, the coffee shop where baristas read your life story. Intuition. Cafe employs baristas who somehow perceive customers' life stories, current challenges, and future possibilities simply by observing them order coffee. These intuitive baristas provide personalized advice, encouragement, and insights along with beverages, offering guidance that proves remarkably accurate and helpful for customers' specific situations. The psychic coffee service provides emotional support and life direction along with caffeine. Cafe owner Marcus Williams discovered his barista's unusual abilities when customers began commenting that staff members seemed to understand their personal situations without being told details. Investigation revealed that his employees naturally read customers' energy and life circumstances, providing exactly the support and guidance each person needed during their coffee visit. The intuitive readings focus on practical guidance and emotional support rather than dramatic predictions or entertainment. Baristas might offer encouragement to someone facing difficult decisions, suggest perspective shifts for people feeling stuck, or provide reassurance to customers dealing with anxiety about future changes. The advice consistently proves relevant and helpful for immediate circumstances. Customers develop trust in their barista's insights and often visit the cafe specifically for guidance during challenging periods. People report that conversations with intuitive baristas have helped them make better decisions, gain confidence during transitions, and feel supported during difficult times. The cafe serves as an informal counseling center disguised as a coffee shop. Marcus believes that some people naturally possess intuitive abilities that can be developed and used to help others navigate life challenges. His cafe demonstrates that service industries could provide emotional support and guidance along with their primary products, creating more meaningful customer relationships and community connections. This puzzle suggests that intuitive abilities might be more common and practical than we typically recognize, and that they could be integrated into everyday service interactions to provide deeper human support and connection. Puzzle 83, the hardware store, where tools choose their project. Builder's Best Hardware Store operates with tools that somehow select their own projects and purposes rather than being chosen by customers for predetermined tasks. Hammers guide builders toward needed repairs, screwdrivers direct attention to important adjustments, and measuring tools reveal projects that require completion. The tool-directed building produces more meaningful and successful construction outcomes than conventional project planning. Store owner Frank Thompson discovered this phenomenon when customers began reporting that tools they purchased seemed to guide them toward unexpected but beneficial projects. Investigation revealed that the tools possessed intelligence about needed work and construction priorities that exceeded human project planning and assessment abilities. The tool-guided projects often address important needs that customers hadn't recognized or prioritized. A hammer might direct attention to loose deck boards that pose safety hazards. A level might reveal structural issues that need immediate attention. Paintbrushes might guide refinishing projects that dramatically improve property value and appearance. The tool selection process considers both practical needs and personal satisfaction when directing customers toward appropriate projects. Tools seem to understand which types of work will provide the most benefit and fulfillment for specific individuals, matching projects to skills, interests, and available time while ensuring successful completion. Frank believes that tools have natural intelligence about their optimal use and can guide skilled handlers toward meaningful work when allowed to express their purpose. His hardware store demonstrates that construction projects could be more successful when tools participate in project selection rather than simply executing predetermined plans. This puzzle suggests that our tools and equipment might have intelligence about their optimal use that could guide more effective and meaningful work when we learn to collaborate with, rather than simply control our instruments. Puzzle 84, the museum where exhibits teach themselves. The Interactive History Museum features displays that somehow educate visitors based on their individual learning needs and interests, rather than presenting fixed information to all guests. Exhibits adapt their content, complexity, and presentation style to match each visitor's background knowledge, learning preferences, and current curiosity. The personalized museum experience produces deeper understanding and more lasting educational impact than traditional static displays. Museum director Dr. Amanda Foster discovered this adaptive learning phenomenon when she noticed that visitors consistently reported learning exactly what they needed to know from exhibits, even though the same displays provided different information to different people. Investigation revealed that the museum somehow assessed each visitor's educational needs and customized content accordingly. The adaptive exhibits consider both conscious interests and unconscious learning requirements when determining what information to present. Someone dealing with current events might receive historical context that helps them understand contemporary issues. A person facing personal challenges might discover historical examples of people who overcame similar difficulties. The exhibits provide education that proves immediately relevant and applicable. The personalized learning extends beyond information delivery to include optimal presentation methods for each visitor's learning style. Visual learners receive enhanced imagery and graphics, while auditory learners hear detailed narrations and sound effects. Kinesthetic learners find interactive elements that engage physical exploration and hands-on discovery. Dr. Foster believes that effective education requires matching content and presentation to individual learner characteristics rather than providing universal information to diverse audiences. Her museum demonstrates that learning environments could be more responsive to student needs and produce better educational outcomes through personalized adaptation. This puzzle suggests that educational experiences might be more effective when they can adapt to individual learner needs rather than presenting fixed content to all students. It implies that museums and teachers might work better as collaborative partners than as one-way information delivery systems. Puzzle 85, the pharmacy where medicines heal relationships. Harmony Pharmacy dispenses medications that somehow heal relationship problems and interpersonal difficulties, along with treating physical ailments. Customers who fill prescriptions find that their medicine not only addresses their health issues, but also improves their ability to communicate, empathize, and connect with others. The relationship-healing pharmaceuticals strengthen social bonds while providing medical treatment. Pharmacist Dr. Patricia Chen discovered this phenomenon when customers began reporting that their medications seemed to improve their relationships and social interactions alongside their physical health. Investigation revealed that the pharmacy's medicines were somehow addressing both medical and interpersonal healing needs simultaneously. The relationship-enhancing effects vary based on customers' specific social challenges and the type of medical treatment they're receiving. Pain medications might also reduce emotional defensiveness that interferes with close relationships. Antibiotics might simultaneously heal infections and clear communication blockages. Heart medications might strengthen both cardiovascular function and capacity for love and connection. Customers report that their improved relationships feel natural and authentic rather than artificially induced by medication effects. People find themselves listening more carefully, responding more kindly, and connecting more deeply with family members, friends, and colleagues. The social improvements often outlast the medical treatment period. Dr. Chen believes that physical and emotional health are more interconnected than conventional medicine recognizes, and that effective treatment should address both bodily and relational well-being. Her pharmacy demonstrates that medical care could strengthen social bonds while treating individual health problems. This puzzle suggests that health and relationships might be more connected than we typically assume, and that healing approaches could address both physical and social well-being simultaneously for more comprehensive treatment outcomes. Puzzle 86, the taxi company where rides become life journeys journey. Cab operates with transportation that somehow transforms routine trips into meaningful life experiences and personal growth opportunities. Customers who request simple rides from one location to another find that their journeys include encounters with important people, discoveries of significant places, and insights that change their perspective on current life circumstances. The transformative transportation provides personal development along with geographical movement. Company owner Maria Santos developed this experiential approach after observing that many customers seem to need more than just transportation between locations. Traditional taxi service moved people geographically but didn't address their deeper needs for connection, purpose, or understanding. Her journey-oriented service somehow provides both transportation and personal growth experiences. The transformative rides consider passengers' current life situations and opportunities for development when determining routes and timing. Someone facing difficult decisions might encounter people who provide helpful perspective during their ride. A person feeling isolated might meet potential friends or community connections. Those questioning their life direction might discover opportunities that align with their authentic interests and values. The meaningful encounters and discoveries feel natural and serendipitous rather than artificially arranged or forced. Passengers report that their rides consistently provide exactly the experiences they need for their personal growth, even when they don't consciously recognize what those needs might be. Many credit their taxi journeys with providing life-changing insights and connections. Maria believes that transportation could serve personal development purposes rather than just moving people between locations. Her taxi company demonstrates that routine activities like commuting could become opportunities for growth and discovery when approached with intention and openness to meaningful experience. This puzzle suggests that everyday activities might have potential for personal growth and meaningful connection when we remain open to transformative possibilities rather than focusing solely on practical outcomes. Puzzle 87. The school where knowledge transfers through touch. Wisdom Academy operates with an educational system where students somehow absorb knowledge and skills through physical contact with teachers and learning materials rather than through traditional instruction methods. Touching books transfers their content directly to students' understanding, while brief physical contact with knowledgeable teachers imparts complex subjects instantly. The touch-based learning produces faster and more complete education than conventional teaching approaches. Principal Dr. Sarah Mitchell discovered this phenomenon when she noticed that students consistently learned more effectively through hands-on activities and physical interaction with learning materials than through lectures or reading assignments. Investigation revealed that knowledge somehow transferred through tactile contact, bypassing normal cognitive processing requirements. The touch transfer learning works for both factual information and practical skills, allowing students to master complex subjects and abilities far more quickly than traditional education timelines would suggest. A student touching a chemistry textbook might instantly understand molecular interactions. Brief contact with a skilled musician could transfer instrumental abilities and musical theory comprehension. The knowledge transfer feels natural and comfortable to students rather than overwhelming or artificial. People report that touch-acquired information integrates seamlessly with their existing understanding and feels like remembering knowledge they had temporarily forgotten rather than learning entirely new material. The transferred knowledge proves stable and accessible long after the initial contact. Dr. Mitchell believes that knowledge exists as transferable energy that can be shared directly between conscious beings when the right conditions are present. Her school demonstrates that education could be far more efficient when it utilizes natural knowledge-sharing capabilities rather than relying exclusively on verbal and written communication methods. This puzzle suggests that knowledge might be more transferable and accessible than conventional education assumes, and that learning could be enhanced through direct consciousness-to-consciousness transmission rather than just information processing. Puzzle 88, the restaurant where food tastes like love. Affection. Bistros serves meals that somehow taste like the love and care that went into their preparation, rather than just their physical ingredients. Dishes prepared with genuine affection and positive intention taste extraordinarily delicious and satisfying, while food made without care tastes bland and unsatisfying regardless of recipe quality or ingredient cost. The love-infused cuisine provides emotional nourishment alongside physical sustenance. Chef Antonio Martinez discovered this phenomenon when he noticed that identical recipes produce dramatically different taste results depending on his mood and emotional state while cooking. Meals prepared during happy, loving periods tasted exceptional, while food cooked during stressful or distracted times lacked flavor and appeal despite identical ingredients and techniques. The love-enhanced cooking extends to all staff members and affects every aspect of food preparation and service. Servers who genuinely care about customers' enjoyment enhance the dining experience, while distracted or uncaring staff diminish food quality. The entire restaurant operates as an emotional ecosystem where positive feelings improve taste and negative emotions reduce satisfaction. Customers report that meals at Affection Bistro provide comfort and satisfaction that extends far beyond normal dining experiences. People feel cared for and nourished in ways that remind them of home cooking from loving family members. Many credit their dining experiences with improving their mood and outlook for days after their visits. Antonio believes that food carries the emotional energy of everyone involved in its preparation and service, and that love is the essential ingredient that cannot be replaced by expensive components or sophisticated techniques. His restaurant demonstrates that cuisine quality depends as much on emotional investment as culinary skill. This puzzle suggests that emotional energy might be transferable through food and other created objects, and that the feelings we put into our work might directly affect the quality and impact of what we produce. Puzzle 89. The library, where books read your mind. Telepathic Literature Library contains volumes that somehow access readers' thoughts and respond to their mental questions and interests, rather than requiring conscious reading of printed text. Books provide information, stories, and insights based on what people are thinking about rather than what words appear on their pages. The mind-reading literature creates personalized reading experiences that address each visitor's specific intellectual and emotional needs. Librarian. Dr. Jennifer Walsh discovered this phenomenon when she noticed that patrons consistently found exactly the information they needed in books, even when the printed content didn't match their research topics. Investigation revealed that the books were somehow responding to readers' mental queries and providing relevant information regardless of their published subject matter. The telepathic books consider both conscious questions and unconscious information needs when determining what content to provide. Someone researching a specific topic might receive comprehensive information beyond what they knew to ask for. A person dealing with personal challenges might find guidance and perspective that addresses their underlying concerns rather than just their surface questions. The mind-responsive reading feels like natural communication rather than artificial or supernatural phenomenon. People report that the books seem to understand their thoughts and provide exactly the insights and information they need at their current level of understanding and emotional readiness. The reading experiences feel like conversations with wise, knowledgeable friends. Dr. Walsh believes that knowledge and consciousness are more connected than traditional literacy assumes, and that effective learning involves direct mind-to-mind communication rather than just symbol interpretation. Her library demonstrates that reading could be more interactive and responsive when books can access and respond to readers' actual thoughts and needs. This puzzle suggests that communication and learning might be more direct and telepathic than we typically recognize, and that written materials could serve as conduits for consciousness-to-consciousness information transfer rather than just symbol storage systems. Puzzle 90, the gym where workouts. Exercise your soul. Spirit Fitness operates with exercise equipment that somehow strengthens customers' spiritual and emotional qualities along with their physical bodies. Members who use treadmills develop greater endurance for life challenges, weight training builds inner strength and resilience, and flexibility exercises enhance emotional adaptability and openness. The soul-strengthening workouts produce more meaningful and lasting personal development than conventional fitness programs. Gym owner Dr. Michael Santos developed this holistic approach after observing that physical exercise naturally improved his members' psychological well-being and spiritual awareness along with their bodily health. Investigation revealed that proper exercise could enhance all aspects of human development when approached with appropriate intention and understanding. The spiritual fitness training considers both physical capabilities and emotional needs when designing workout programs. Someone dealing with confidence issues might receive strength training that builds both muscle mass and self-assurance. A person struggling with life transitions might get flexibility exercises that enhance both physical and emotional adaptability. Members report that their spiritual fitness improvements affect their entire lives, enhancing their relationships, career satisfaction, and overall life purpose along with their physical health. People develop greater resilience during difficult periods, more enthusiasm for daily activities, and deeper connections with their authentic values and goals. Dr. Santos believes that human beings are integrated systems where physical, emotional, and spiritual health naturally support each other when developed together. His gym demonstrates that exercise could serve comprehensive personal development rather than just physical conditioning when approached with awareness of the connections between body, mind, and spirit. This puzzle suggests that physical exercise might have broader benefits than we typically recognize, and that fitness training could serve spiritual and emotional development along with bodily health when approached holistically. Puzzle 91, the coffee shop where drinks reveal life. Purposes. Purpose Cafe serves beverages that somehow help customers discover their authentic life purpose and calling, rather than just providing caffeine and refreshment. People who order specific drinks report gaining clarity about their career direction, life goals, and personal mission through insights that emerge during their cafe visits. The purpose-revealing beverages provide spiritual guidance along with physical refreshment. Cafe owner Isabella Rodriguez discovered this phenomenon when customers began reporting life-changing realizations and career decisions that occurred during or shortly after drinking her cafe's beverages. Investigation revealed that certain drink combinations somehow facilitated access to customers' deeper wisdom and authentic life direction. The purpose-revealing drinks work differently for each person's unique calling and life circumstances. Someone feeling stuck in an unfulfilling career might receive clarity about their true professional passion. A person questioning their relationships might gain insight into their authentic values and needs in partnership. Those wondering about their life direction might discover their deeper mission and purpose. The insights feel genuine and personally meaningful rather than generic or artificially induced. Customers report that their purpose clarity helps them make important life changes with confidence and commitment. Many credit their cafe experiences with providing the guidance needed to pursue more authentic and satisfying life paths. Isabella believes that everyone possesses inner wisdom about their authentic purpose, but that daily stress and social pressures often obscure access to this deeper knowledge. Her cafe provides an environment where people can reconnect with their true calling and gain clarity about their life direction through mindful beverage consumption and quiet reflection. This puzzle suggests that life purpose might be more accessible than we typically assume, and that the right environment and intention could help people discover their authentic calling and mission rather than struggling with confusion about life direction. Puzzle 92, the barbershop, where haircuts change your destiny. Destiny Cuts Barbershop provides haircuts that somehow alter customers' life trajectories and future possibilities rather than just changing their appearance. People who receive specific cuts find that new opportunities, relationships, and experiences enter their lives in ways that align with the energy and intention of their new hairstyle. The destiny-changing haircuts serve as catalysts for positive life transformation. Master barber Giuseppe Romano learned this technique from his grandfather, who claimed that hair carries personal energy that influences life circumstances when properly modified. Giuseppe has developed methods for assessing customers' desired life changes and providing cuts that support transformation in those directions. The destiny-altering haircuts seem to work by changing customers' energy and self-perception in ways that attract different experiences and opportunities. Someone seeking more confidence might receive a cut that draws leadership opportunities and social recognition. A person wanting more creativity might get a style that attracts artistic projects and collaborative ventures. The life changes feel natural and organic rather than forced or artificial. Customers report that their new opportunities and experiences align perfectly with their desires and capabilities, as if the universe has become more responsive to their goals and intentions. Many credit their haircuts with opening doors to possibilities they had always wanted but never experienced. Giuseppe believes that personal energy and life circumstances are more connected than most people realize, and that skilled modification of appearance can influence the types of experiences and opportunities that enter our lives. His barbershop demonstrates that grooming could serve life transformation rather than just aesthetic improvement. This puzzle suggests that appearance and destiny might be more connected than we typically assume, and that intentional changes to our external presentation could influence the opportunities and experiences that come into our lives. Puzzle 93, the pet store, where animals predict natural disasters. Early warning. Pets operates with animals that somehow sense and predict natural disasters, weather emergencies, and environmental dangers before human detection systems register any problems. Dogs begin exhibiting specific behaviors before earthquakes, cats become agitated before severe storms, and birds show unusual patterns before atmospheric disturbances. The predictive pets serve as living early warning systems for their human families. Store owner Dr. Rachel Kim discovered this phenomenon when she noticed that animals in her care consistently displayed unusual behaviors before natural disasters and weather emergencies struck the region. Investigation revealed that various species possessed different types of environmental sensitivity that allowed them to detect approaching dangers long before human technology could identify threats. The animal predictions prove remarkably accurate and specific, with different species specializing in different types of environmental warnings. Dogs excel at detecting seismic activity and geological instability. Cats sense atmospheric pressure changes that precede severe weather. Birds detect electromagnetic disturbances that signal various environmental dangers. Families who adopt early warning pets report feeling safer and more prepared for natural disasters and weather emergencies. The animals provide advance notice that allows people to take protective measures, evacuate dangerous areas, or prepare for challenging conditions. Many credit their pets with saving their lives during natural disasters. Dr. Kim believes that animals possess natural sensory abilities that humans have lost through technological dependence and urban living. Her pet store demonstrates that animal-human partnerships could provide survival advantages when we learn to interpret and trust animal environmental sensitivity rather than relying exclusively on technological monitoring systems. This puzzle suggests that animals might have environmental awareness capabilities that could enhance human safety and preparedness when we learn to recognize and interpret their natural warning systems. Puzzle 94, the bookstore, where stories predict your future. Future pages. Bookstore contains novels and stories that somehow predict readers' upcoming life events and circumstances through their fictional narratives. Customers who read specific books discover that the plot developments, character experiences, and story outcomes mirror events that subsequently occur in their own lives. The predictive literature serves as both entertainment and preparation for future circumstances. Bookstore owner Dr. James Morrison discovered this phenomenon when customers began reporting that fictional stories they purchased accurately predicted significant events in their personal lives. Investigation revealed that certain books somehow accessed information about readers' future possibilities and presented that information through fictional narratives that proved remarkably accurate. The predictive stories consider both likely future developments and potential outcomes based on readers' current choices and circumstances. Someone facing career decisions might read a novel that explores different professional paths and their consequences. A person dealing with relationship questions might find stories that illuminate various romantic possibilities and their outcomes. The future predictions feel like entertaining fiction while providing genuine guidance and preparation for upcoming circumstances. Readers report that their predictive books help them make better decisions and feel more prepared for future challenges and opportunities. Many credit their reading experiences with providing valuable insights that improved their life outcomes. Dr. Morrison believes that time might be more fluid than linear thinking assumes, and that future possibilities might be accessible through fictional narratives when accessed with appropriate intention and openness. His bookstore demonstrates that storytelling could serve practical guidance functions rather than just entertainment when stories can access and convey information about future possibilities. This puzzle suggests that the future might be more accessible and predictable than we typically assume, and that fictional narratives could serve as vehicles for conveying information about upcoming possibilities and outcomes. Puzzle 95. The restaurant where meals heal childhood wounds. Inner Child Cafe serves dishes that somehow heal emotional wounds and unresolved issues from customers' childhood experiences rather than just providing physical nourishment. People who eat specific meals find that old hurts diminish, limiting beliefs dissolve, and psychological patterns rooted in early experiences transform into healthier approaches to life. The healing cuisine provides therapeutic benefits alongside delicious food. Chef Maria Santos discovered this phenomenon when customers began reporting that certain dishes triggered profound emotional healing and positive childhood memories. Investigation revealed that specific food combinations and preparation methods somehow accessed and resolved unhealed emotional material from earlier life experiences. The childhood healing meals work differently for each person's unique history and therapeutic needs. Someone who experienced food scarcity might receive abundant, nourishing dishes that heal anxiety about security. A person who felt unloved might find meals that convey care and acceptance in ways that heal old rejection wounds. The healing process feels gentle and supportive rather than overwhelming or traumatic. Customers report that their emotional healing occurs gradually and naturally, with old pain dissolving and new self-compassion emerging. Many credit their dining experiences with resolving long-standing psychological issues that had resisted other therapeutic approaches. Maria believes that food can serve healing functions beyond physical nutrition when prepared and served with therapeutic intention and understanding of emotional nourishment needs. Her restaurant demonstrates that cuisine could provide psychological healing rather than just sustenance when approached with awareness of the connections between food and emotional well-being. This puzzle suggests that food might have therapeutic capabilities for emotional healing that could be utilized more systematically to support psychological recovery from childhood trauma and unresolved developmental issues. Puzzle 96, the hardware store, where tools fix broken dreams, dream repair. Hardware operates with tools that somehow mend customers' abandoned aspirations and unfulfilled dreams, rather than just fixing physical objects. People who purchase specific implements find that their forgotten goals become achievable again, their lost enthusiasm returns, and obstacles that previously seemed insurmountable become manageable challenges. The dream-fixing tools provide psychological repair alongside practical utility. Store owner Frank Rodriguez discovered this phenomenon when customers began reporting that tools purchased at his store helped them revive and achieve long-abandoned personal goals. Investigation revealed that certain implements somehow provided the psychological support and practical capability needed to restart interrupted dreams and complete unfinished aspirations. The dream repair tools work by addressing both practical obstacles and emotional barriers that prevent people from pursuing their authentic goals. Someone who abandoned artistic aspirations might find tools that rekindle creative enthusiasm while providing practical capability for artistic expression. A person who gave up on fitness goals might discover equipment that restores motivation while building physical capability. The tool-supported dream revival feels natural and empowering rather than forced or artificial. Customers report that their renewed aspirations bring joy and meaning back into their lives while providing practical outlets for their skills and interests. Many credit their tool purchases with helping them reconnect with their authentic desires and capabilities. Frank believes that everyone possesses dreams and aspirations that deserve support and development, and that the right tools can provide both practical capability and psychological encouragement needed to pursue meaningful goals. His hardware store demonstrates that practical implements could serve personal development rather than just physical repair when chosen with awareness of their motivational and enabling potential. This puzzle suggests that tools and equipment might have psychological effects beyond their practical functions, and that the right implements could provide emotional support and motivation for pursuing abandoned dreams and aspirations. Puzzle 97, the theatre where plays rewrite themselves. Adaptive drama. Theatre presents productions that somehow rewrite themselves based on audience needs and community circumstances rather than following fixed scripts. Plays adjust their plots, characters, and themes to address current social issues, collective emotional needs, and opportunities for community healing and growth. The responsive theatre provides relevant social commentary and therapeutic experiences rather than just entertainment. Theatre director Elena Martinez discovered this phenomenon when she noticed that identical scripts produced dramatically different performances that seemed perfectly suited to each audience's specific needs and circumstances. Investigation revealed that the plays were somehow assessing community conditions and adapting their content to provide relevant experiences and insights. The self-rewriting plays consider both individual audience member needs and broader community circumstances when determining their content and themes. A community dealing with economic hardship might see a play about resilience and mutual support. An audience struggling with social division might experience a production about understanding and cooperation. The adaptive performances feel professionally crafted and dramatically satisfying rather than randomly generated or artificially constructed. audiences report that the plays provide exactly the perspectives and emotional experiences they need for processing current challenges and understanding complex social issues. Many credit their theatre experiences with helping them develop empathy and insight that improves their relationships and community involvement. Elena believes that theatre serves its highest purpose when it responds to community needs and provides relevant guidance for contemporary challenges rather than just presenting historical entertainment. Her theatre demonstrates that dramatic arts could serve therapeutic and educational functions when plays can adapt to address current circumstances and collective emotional needs. This puzzle suggests that art might be more responsive to social needs than we typically assume, and that creative works could serve community healing and growth when they can adapt to address current circumstances and collective challenges. Puzzle 98, the grocery store, where shopping lists write themselves. Intuitive Market operates with shopping lists that somehow write themselves based on customers' actual nutritional needs, emotional requirements, and upcoming life circumstances rather than conscious food preferences. People arrive at the store and find personalized lists waiting for them that include items they didn't know they needed but prove essential for their health and well-being. The self-generating shopping lists provide better nutrition and life support than conscious meal planning. Store manager Patricia Chen discovered this phenomenon when customers began finding handwritten shopping lists with their names on them that contained items perfectly suited to their dietary needs and life circumstances. Investigation revealed that the lists somehow assessed customers' health conditions, emotional states, and upcoming challenges to recommend optimal food choices. The automatic shopping lists consider both immediate nutritional needs and longer-term health goals when recommending specific items. Someone developing a vitamin deficiency might find supplements they didn't know they needed. A person facing stressful periods might discover comfort foods that provide emotional support without compromising health goals. The self-written lists also anticipate upcoming circumstances that require special food preparation. People find ingredients for meals they'll need to cook for sick family members, celebration foods for events they haven't yet planned, and travel snacks for trips they're considering. The lists seem to understand customers' lives better than they understand themselves. Customers who follow their intuitive shopping lists report better health, more satisfying meals, and reduced food waste compared to their previous shopping habits. Many credit the automatic lists with improving their nutrition and helping them develop better relationships with food and eating. Patricia believes that food has natural intelligence about optimal nutrition and consumption patterns that conscious meal planning often interferes with through overthinking and artificial dietary restrictions. Her grocery store demonstrates that nutrition could be more intuitive when we allow food wisdom to guide our choices rather than imposing rigid intellectual frameworks. This puzzle suggests that our bodies might know better than our minds what foods we need for optimal health, and that intuitive eating could be more effective than conscious dietary planning when we learn to access and trust our natural nutritional wisdom. Puzzle 99, the bank, where money flows to where it's needed most. Conscious Capital Bank operates with financial resources that somehow flow automatically to where they can create the most positive impact rather than following traditional investment and lending protocols. Money moves toward projects, people, and purposes that serve community well-being and individual growth, regardless of conventional profit considerations. The purpose-driven banking produces better financial outcomes and stronger communities than profit-focused financial systems. Bank President Dr. Michael Torres developed this approach after observing that investments focused solely on financial returns often created social problems that ultimately reduced overall prosperity. Investigation revealed that money seemed to generate better returns when directed toward genuinely beneficial purposes rather than purely profit-maximizing ventures. The conscious money flow considers both immediate financial needs and long-term community impact when determining where resources should be directed. Funds automatically support small businesses that strengthen local economies, educational projects that develop human potential, and environmental initiatives that protect shared resources. The bank serves as a circulation system for beneficial economic activity. The purpose-driven investments consistently produce better financial returns than conventional profit-focused approaches while creating positive social and environmental impacts. Communities served by Conscious Capital Bank show higher levels of prosperity, education, and social cooperation than areas served by traditional financial institutions. Dr. Torres believes that money is a form of energy that works most effectively when aligned with beneficial purposes rather than purely extractive profit motives. His bank demonstrates that financial systems could serve human flourishing rather than just wealth accumulation when designed to support community well-being alongside individual prosperity. This puzzle suggests that money might have natural intelligence about its most beneficial uses, and that financial systems could produce better outcomes when they prioritize purpose and impact rather than just profit maximization. Puzzle 100, the mirror that shows your true self. The truth reflection. Mirror Shop contains a special mirror that somehow reveals customers' authentic inner nature rather than their physical appearance. People who look into this mirror see their genuine character, hidden potential, and true essence displayed as symbolic imagery, energy patterns, and archetypal representations that capture their deepest identity. The truth-revealing mirror provides profound self-knowledge and spiritual insight. Shop owner, Dr. Sarah Williams, discovered this mirror in her grandmother's estate and noticed that everyone who looked into it experienced profound self-recognition and emotional healing. Investigation revealed that the mirror somehow accessed and displayed people's authentic spiritual nature, bypassing the social masks and false identities that often obscure self-understanding. The true self-reflections appear as beautiful, complex visual displays that feel deeply personal and meaningful to each viewer. Someone might see themselves as a tree with deep roots and reaching branches, representing their grounding and growth potential. Another person might observe flowing water patterns that capture their emotional fluidity and adaptability. The imagery perfectly captures each individual's essential nature. Looking into the truth mirror provides therapeutic benefits that help people accept themselves more completely and live more authentically. Viewers often resolve long-standing self-doubt and develop greater confidence in their natural abilities and worth. Many credit their mirror experience with helping them make life changes that align with their authentic nature rather than social expectations. Dr. Williams believes that everyone possesses a beautiful, valuable true self that often becomes hidden beneath social conditioning and limiting beliefs. Her mirror demonstrates that tools for authentic self-recognition could help people discover and embrace their genuine nature, leading to more fulfilling and purposeful lives. This puzzle suggests that our true nature might be more beautiful and valuable than we typically recognize, and that tools for authentic self-perception could help us discover and embrace our genuine essence rather than living according to false or limited self-concepts. Conclusion: these 100 puzzles that defy all reason invite us to question our most fundamental assumptions about reality, logic, and the nature of existence itself. Each paradox reveals hidden truths about the interconnectedness of all things, the power of consciousness to shape experience, and the beautiful impossibility of a universe that operates on principles far more mysterious and wonderful than our conventional thinking suggests. In examining backwards clocks that keep perfect time, mirrors that reflect inner truth, and books that write themselves according to reader needs, we discover that the boundaries between possible and impossible, logical and illogical, real and imaginary, are far more fluid than we typically assume. These puzzles suggest that reality might be more responsive to consciousness, intention, and authentic need than our materialistic worldview generally acknowledges. Perhaps the greatest puzzle of all is why we limit ourselves to conventional thinking, when the universe consistently demonstrates that the most beautiful and meaningful experiences emerge from embracing paradox, celebrating mystery, and remaining open to possibilities that transcend our current understanding. The true logic that governs existence might be found not in rigid adherence to established principles, but in the wisdom to know when those principles should be joyfully abandoned in favor of something far more wonderful and strange. These puzzles remind us that the most important truths often can only be approached sideways, through stories that make no sense, yet somehow capture profound wisdom about the nature of love, connection, healing, and growth. In a world that increasingly demands logical explanations for everything, perhaps our greatest act of reason is to occasionally embrace the gloriously unreasonable, allowing ourselves to be changed by encounters with mystery that transform our understanding of what it means to be human in an impossibly magical universe.